Chapter 2058. There were only 7 halos left around the ancient ancestor statue, and they gave off a gentle light. However, one of the 7 halos was rapidly dimming as if it could dissipate at any moment. Wang Lin! Xian Luo was blocked outside the ancestral temple. He anxiously sent a message into the ancestral temple, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Xian Luo didn't know if Wang Lin could hear it. His hands formed a seal, and a bright light like the sun appeared around his body. He stepped forward and walked into the ancestral temple. However, he only took a few steps before he was pushed back by the powerful rebound. As Xian Luo continued to try, Wang Lin's body in the depths of the ancestral temple had withered like a skeleton. There was no light around him, and his will was almost undetectable. Countless attempts to fuse with it had all failed, causing his will to gradually be erased. This place was completely silent and not the slightest sound could be heard. However, an anxious voice faintly reverberated in this place a moment later. Wang Lin! Wang Lin! Wang Lin! Wang Lin's eyes were closed and he remained motionless. However, after this voice echoed, a flash of red light came from his skeleton-like body. This red light was the soul blood in his body. As it flashed, it seemed to cause the depths of the ancestral temple to flash. Time passed. It was unknown how much time had passed, but 4 of the halos around Jizu's statue disappeared. Only 3 halos remained, causing the light that enveloped the world to lessen by quite a bit. This caused the pitch-black night to dance differently for the past 10 years or so. However, no one was cultivating this night. All the ancient Sure members were looking at the ancient ancestor statue, and even their breathing had stopped. Out of the 3 rings of light around the ancient ancestor statue, one of them was like a candle in the wind, struggling for a moment before extinguishing. Another one is missing. There are only 2 halos left. This person's ancient Tao soul split has been going on for almost 20 years. Is there really no way to finish it when these 2 halos completely dissipated? Look, another one disappeared. An uproar echoed across the entire ancient Sure imperial city. Almost everyone gasped. Another halo had disappeared from the ancient ancestor statue. Now there was only 1 halo left. This halo was also slowly dimming. Wang Lin, wake up! Xian Luo threw a punch at the Xiang temple and let out a heaven-shaking roar. This roar echoed across the entire ancient Sure imperial city like a thunderclap. Finally, it swept toward the ancestral temple. His body once again forcefully stepped inside, but he was still rebounded by the strong force. He suddenly rolled back and continuously retreated. Xian Luo's expression was anxious. He had experienced the ancient Tao 3 soul splits before. He knew that in the soul splits, as long as the halos weren't extinguished, even if one had life force and lost consciousness, in reality, they wouldn't die. Rather, they would fall into a deep sleep of the soul. If one could awaken from this sleep, then as long as the halos weren't extinguished, there was still a chance of survival. This was why he had chosen to protect Wang Lin. However, once all the halos disappeared, this sleep was equal to true death. Wang Lin, I'm your teacher, Xian Luo. Quickly, come here. Xian Luo roared and sent his voice into the ancestral temple. As his voice echoed across the entire ancient Sure imperial city, an even more shocking uproar erupted. Almost all the clan members had this question in the last 10 years. Just who was the person clearing the seal inside the ancestral temple? At this moment, there was an answer to this question. Wang Lin? This name is a bit familiar. It's him. Isn't this Wang Lin the person who killed the ancient Tao emperor more than 100 years ago? It's actually him. Rumor has it that Wang Lin is already the 10th son of the immortal astral continent. Heavens, I didn't expect the person going through the divine retribution to be Wang Lin. As Xian Luo anxiously roared and the Yi jackals in the imperial city, The halos around the Ji ancestor's statue became even more dim. It looked like it could disappear at any moment. Wang Lin, I'm your teacher, Xian Luo. Quickly, come here. Xian Luo roared and sent his voice into the ancestral temple. As his voice echoed across the ancient Shi, an even more shocking uproar erupted in the imperial city. Almost everyone had been wondering who the person going through the divine retribution was. At this moment, there was an answer to this question. Wang Lin? This name is a bit familiar. It's him. Isn't this Wang Lin the person who killed the Ji ancestor more than 100 years ago? It's actually him. Rumor has it that Wang Lin is already the 10th son of the immortal astral continent. Heavens, I didn't expect the person going through the divine retribution to be Wang Lin. As Xian Luo anxiously roared and the ancient Shi imperial city trembled, the halos around the Ji ancestor's statue became even more dim. It looked like it could disappear at any moment. Deep inside the ancestral temple, the blood light around Wang Lin's body became even more intense. Who is calling me? Wang Lin seemed to be asleep, as if he was in a strange place. It was a blur as he walked in a daze. He didn't know how long he walked until he vaguely heard a voice calling him from behind. Where am I? Wang Lin was still in a daze. The voice calling him was faintly discernible, but when he wanted to hear it, it was gone. Why am I here? Wang Lin was confused as he continued to walk forward. The sky here was dim and the earth was hazy. The entire world was covered in fog, making it impossible to see far. This place was a ruin. There was no vitality in the earth, as if it had been abandoned for an unknown amount of time. The faintly visible mountains were no longer green and were completely gray. Who am I? The confusion in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He seemed to have lost a lot of memories and couldn't remember who he was. He couldn't remember why he was here or where this place was. Wake up! Wake up! The faint celestial voice echoed once more and Wang Lin stopped. I think I heard something. Wang Lin was confused and wanted to look back. However, just as he was about to look back, he saw a mountain in the fog before him. 7-colored snow fell from the mountain, and it was very beautiful. On that mountain there was a blurry figure. One could only faintly see that it was a man, and in his hands was a corpse. The corpse's long hair hung down and fluttered in the wind. This scene exuded a sense of desolation and sorrow. Wang Lin stared at the figure in a daze. That figure gave him a very familiar feeling, and that feeling made his body tremble. An extremely sorrowful roar came from the figure on the mountain. He raised his head and let out a mournful roar at the sky. His roar echoed in all directions and carried with it a penetrating force that charged into Wang Lin's heart, causing his body to tremble even more violently. The dark sky trembled in the hole. Countless ripples spread out, and signs of shattering appeared. It was as if even the sky could not fight back against this person's roar, and was about to crumble. Heaven and earth! The roaring figure spoke, but the moment he said those two words, another familiar voice clearly appeared in Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin, wake up! This voice seemed to appear out of nowhere. The moment it appeared, the mountain Wang Lin was looking at disappeared. The figure holding the body that was roaring at the sky also disappeared. Wang Lin's body trembled and he subconsciously turned his head. When he looked back, his mind rumbled. He remembered that he was Wang Lin, and he was going through divine retribution in the ancient Shixiang temple. He was going through the second fusion of his soul. When he remembered all of this, his eyes were no longer filled with confusion and were replaced with clarity. At the same time, in the depths of the ancestral temple, 100 feet away from Wang Lin, there was an old man with a head of white hair. He was trembling as he walked over. This old man was wearing clothes that belonged to Xian Luo. However, there was a difference in age between him and the youthful Xian Luo. Wang Lin, wake up! The old man roared, and his voice was hoarse. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. The moment he saw the old man, the old man revealed a look of joy. However, he could no longer resist the terrifying rebound force and was knocked out of the ancestral temple. "Teacher," Wang Lin muttered as he looked at the direction Xian Luo had left. He looked at Xian Luo's head of white hair and knew that he would never forget this kindness in his life. He abruptly raised his head and formed a seal with both hands. Immediately, a large amount of light spots appeared around his body. These light spots suddenly gathered above his head and quickly formed the outline of a light shadow. At the instant Xian Luo was ejected from the ancestral temple, he saw the last ring of light on the statue of Ji Zhu gradually disappear. However, the moment it disappeared, the ring of light gathered together once more and shone with a dazzling light. A second ring of light appeared, then a third, then a fourth, until the 12th ring of light appeared at the same time, and it shone with a light that reached far and wide. Shortly after, Shi San's 13th halo, 14th halo, 18th halo all appeared. The entire ancient Shi imperial city became silent due to this sudden scene. After a short period of silence, a monstrous uproar erupted. As the uproar echoed, the 19th halo appeared on the ancient ancestor statue. Then there was the 20th halo, the 2-inch halo, the 22nd halo, until the 27th halo appeared. Not only did it cover the ancient Shi imperial city, but it also shrouded the area around Origin Mountain. Xian Luo revealed a smile. He didn't stay outside the ancestral temple and left as the 27th halo appeared. He appeared in the sky and sat down once more. The protector wasn't over yet. Wang Lin still had to go through the last soul split. Inside the ancestral temple, there was a giant shadow floating above Wang Lin. This shadow was dozens of times larger than the first time he split his divine sense. He raised his head and the shadow also raised its head. It seemed to penetrate the ancestral temple and see Xian Luo's smile. "Teacher," Wang Lin's gaze narrowed. After a long time, Wang Lin lowered his head and took a deep breath. The second soul split was extremely dangerous, but it couldn't compare to what he had experienced in his confusion. He couldn't help but recall the figure holding the corpse and roaring at the sky. Merry Christmas, everyone. Chapter 2059. Who did that figure belong to? Who was the corpse it was holding? Wang Lin didn't dare to think about it. He didn't want to think about it, and he was afraid to think about it. He silently sat in the ancestral temple and silently counted the 68 years that had passed. There isn't much time left. Wang Lin's voice was faintly discernible inside the ancestral temple. In the ancient Shi imperial city, when the 27 halos appeared, the uproar reached a peak. Everyone's gazes gathered on the ancient ancestor statue. This person's first soul split lasted 3 years and the second split lasted 15 years. He must have completely split and fused perfectly. His first time was considered successful, but there was clearly an accident during the second fusion. I wonder what his third time will be like. If this Wang Lin continues to choose to completely split, it will be very difficult for him to pass the third split. If I were him, I would end the third split early to ensure my safety. As everyone's gazes gathered, Wang Lin let out a deep breath. He expelled the thoughts from his mind and immersed himself in Gu Dao's third soul split. He could feel that after the second soul split succeeded, his origin soul had become much stronger, and his cultivation had become even stronger. If the third soul split succeeded as well, then when his origin soul returned to his body and fused with his body, he would reach a new peak. This level might even surpass Gu Dao. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and revealed a determined gaze. The moment he closed his eyes, the giant origin soul around him began to split for the third time. This was also the last time. 3 years, 15 years. How many years will it take this time? Wang Lin didn't know the answer. Time flew by. Unknowingly, 7 years had passed since Wang Lin's third soul split in the ancestral temple. The members of the ancient Shur were also looking at the 27 halos on the ancient ancestor statue in anticipation. The ancient Shur emperor and the new emperor, Ji-Du, were about to complete the handover. The day of Ji-Du becoming the new emperor was getting closer and closer. As the day slowly approached, the gazes of the ancient Shur moved away from the ancient ancestor statue and focused on the most important matter in the entire ancient Shur: the ascension of the new emperor. There were still 25 years before Ji-Du ascended the throne, and the ancient Shur emperor gradually handed over the countless troops to Ji-Du. This gave Ji-Du enough time to familiarize himself with them and prepare for the celestial Ji war that might occur hundreds of years from now. 5 years. 5 years. 5 years. Time passed invisibly, and in the blink of an eye, another 15 years had passed. This was the 22nd year since Wang Lin's third divine sense split. Counting the time before, it had been 90 years since Wang Lin had entered the ancestral temple. 90 years of time was enough to change a lot of things. It could change the life of a mortal or the ascension of a new emperor. The ancient Shur emperor had retreated behind the scenes, and the one to step forward was Ji-Du. Although the ascension ceremony hadn't begun yet, Ji-Du was in charge of almost all the matters of the ancient Shur. He hadn't worn the crown yet, but he was already wearing the royal robe. However, even so, Ji-Du's habit of looking at the ancestral shrine every morning hadn't changed. He firmly believed that his godfather would succeed. Inside the ancestral shrine, the huge origin soul outside Wang Lin's body had shattered into countless fragments. It was undergoing its final shattering. This time, Wang Lin had learned his lesson. He left a sliver of his divine sense in the body. This sliver of divine sense could be used to awaken it at a critical moment. The pain of his origin soul splitting for decades was something that countless people couldn't bear, but Wang Lin endured it. He was even a bit numb to this pain. When the 95th year arrived and the entire ancient Shur began to prepare for the ascension ceremony in 5 years, Wang Lin's origin soul finally turned to dust. He began to try to fuse. Due to the accident during the second soul split, Wang Lin was very cautious during this fusion. He didn't try to fuse the origin soul completely at once and instead chose to fuse it part by part until it was perfect. He also had an even deeper idea. In order to achieve this idea, it had to be done during the fusion. Time passed year by year. On the 96th year, Wang Lin had completed nearly 30% of his origin soul. The completed origin soul was not large and was actually very small, only the size of a palm. However, just this 30% was enough for the origin soul to be several times stronger than during the second soul split. Once it was completely condensed, the complete origin soul might really bring Wang Lin to his peak. On the 97th year, Wang Lin's origin soul was 50% condensed and became a lot stronger. There were only 3 years left until 100 years, so there were more than 1,000 days and nights. The ancient Shur imperial city had been extremely lively these past few years. Before the grand ceremony, almost all the experts of the ancient Shur rushed back to the imperial city to witness the biggest event for the ancient Shur. The change of imperial power caused the entire ancient Shur to move. However, Ji-Du, who was about to ascend the throne, quieted down on the 97th year. He went to the ancestral temple alone and sat down to cultivate. He gave up everything in order to accompany his godfather during the first 3 years of his ascension. As the days passed, more and more people returned from the ancient Shur imperial city. Even the envoys of the other 2 clans were on their way. Almost every day, many people came to the ancient Shur imperial city. However, compared to the bustling imperial city, the area 10,000 feet away from the ancestral temple was extremely quiet. This place had been turned into a restricted area a long time ago, and no one was allowed to enter. There were also countless guards from the imperial palace guarding it. In this silence, listening to the bustling outside, Ji-Du closed his eyes and sat silently. "Godfather, There are still 3 more years before I can become the ancient Sure Emperor. Ji-do sat here as the 98th year arrived, the 99th year arrived, and the 100th year silently passed. On this day, after an entire 100 years, everyone's gazes gathered on the ancient ancestor statue once more. However, this time, they weren't looking at the halo around the statue, they were looking at their emperor who was there. The entire imperial city was silent at this moment. In the imperial palace, there were countless clansmen present. They were all waiting for the new emperor to appear. In the public square, there were many people standing densely. The envoys of the other 2 clans had come with generous gifts. The people leading them were also members of the royal family and had high status. They were also waiting on the square. At the center of the square was a giant furnace. There was soft soil inside the furnace, and there was a giant incense stick on top. It wasn't lit, and the only one qualified to light this incense stick was Ji-do. This was the Imperial Power Incense Stick. Once the incense stick was lit, it could turn into wind and clouds and condense into a heaven-shaking drum. Only Ji-do could beat this drum. When the drum was beaten 9 times, Ji-do would receive a bow from all the ancient Sure members. Everyone here was waiting, including the old ancient Sure Emperor. He was also waiting. There were several people standing beside the emperor. One of them hesitated and softly said, "The auspicious time is coming. Your Majesty, wait. My ancient Sure doesn't have any auspicious times. The moment Ji-do arrives is the auspicious time." The emperor, who was about to step down, said in a hoarse voice. The old man who spoke before respectfully nodded. Outside the ancestral temple, Ji-do sat there with his eyes closed. He didn't seem to care that today would be the biggest day of his life. Not long after, light footsteps came from behind him. A pair of guards in black armor walked over and slowed down. The guards knelt on one knee. The person in front was a middle-aged man. He lowered his head and softly said, "Your Majesty, time is up." Ji-do didn't speak and didn't move. The guards kneeling behind him also silently pondered. After 15 minutes, Ji-do let out a sigh. He opened his eyes and looked at the ancestral temple. He silently got up, knelt down on one knee, and kowtowed 3 times. "Godfather, this child is going." Ji-do raised his head and looked at the ancestral temple once more before turning around and walking away. The guards got up and followed behind him as the group gradually left. When they left, there was a small shadow floating around Wang Lin's body. This shadow was no longer the size of a palm. It was the same size as his body before the soul split. Rays of light shot out in all directions. The silhouette was very complete, as if it had completely fused together. However, the eyes of the silhouette's origin soul were closed. As early as a year ago, Wang Lin could have completed the fusion. The fusion this time was very smooth without any accidents, but Wang Lin didn't choose to end it a year ago. He still kept a trace of the flaw, and he was immersed in it as if he was sleeping. He wanted to enter the blurry world from the second soul split. He wanted to see the mountain where the 7-colored snowflakes fell. He wanted to see that figure. He wanted to hear the complete words of that figure. However, even he didn't know how he entered that blurry world. He didn't even know what that place was. After a year of trying and thinking, on this day, when Ji-do took his people away, Wang Lin's mind became blurry. He vaguely saw the world he had seen before. Today is the carnival, right? I'm asking for recommendation tickets. Remember to vote before you go to the carnival. Chapter 2060. Imperial Power Incense Burn. A shocking sound echoed across the ancient Sure imperial city. The entire palace was silent, and everyone's gazes gathered on the person in the imperial robe standing in front of the furnace at the center of the square. Ji-do no longer looked like a young man. He gave off a mature feeling. He stood there and looked up at the sky as the shocking sound echoed in his ears. The sky was dark blue, and there were no clouds in the sky. A gentle breeze blew through the clear sky, and when it landed on the body, it gave people a very comfortable feeling. Before him was the large furnace, and the incense was waiting for him to light it. At this moment, he was the focus of everyone and countless members of the ancient Shur. Those who weren't qualified to come to the imperial city, but were in their own cities, were all looking toward the direction of the imperial city. Even gazes from the imperial cities of the Dao Ji and GG clans seemed to penetrate through and look over. Ancient Shur Emperor, Godfather, this child is about to become the Emperor. Ji-Du looked at the sky and his gaze fell on the statue of the ancient ancestor in the distance. He took a deep breath and waved his sleeve. He walked forward and waved his right hand. A ball of fire immediately appeared and enveloped the imperial power incense. The moment it was lit, Ji-Du's eyes lit up. "Greetings, Emperor." Another heaven-shaking voice echoed through the palace. All the people here knelt on one knee. Only Ji-Du's father stood in the palace and looked at Ji-Du as the incense was ignited. A wisp of green smoke rose into the air, causing the sky to change colors. The wind and clouds scattered, and there was a roar in the sky. A huge crack was torn open, and roars came from within. It was a giant ancient god that was 100,000 feet tall. Beside him were ancient demons and ancient devils. They carried a giant war drum as they slowly walked out from the rift and floated in the air. Ji-Du's body flickered and he flew into the air. He didn't hesitate to raise his right hand and punch the drum. With a bang, the muffled drum sound echoed. This sound was filled with a sense of majesty as it spread across the imperial palace, the imperial city, and the entire ancient Shur. "First bow." Another shocking voice rang out, causing all of the clan members to bow. "Greetings, Your Majesty." As they bowed, their voices fused together to form a sound wave that surged into the sky. An even louder voice came from every corner of the imperial city. As the drum echoed, all the cities in the ancient Shur echoed the same sound. Bang! As Ji-Du's right hand fell, the second sound of the drum reverberated once more. Second bow. "Greetings, Emperor." The sound became even more intense, replacing everything in the world. It became the strongest sound wave apart from the sound of the drums. "Foster father, child's might is for the Emperor." Ji-Du's right hand landed on the war drum for the third time. As the sound of the drum echoed, Wang Lin remained motionless inside the ancestral temple. His eyes were closed, and at this moment, he saw a world. The sky was dim and the earth was blurry. It was shrouded in a thin layer of fog. One could only vaguely see ruins that had been abandoned for an unknown amount of time. There was no confusion in Wang Lin's eyes. As he walked, he didn't know if he was walking on the earth or the void. He looked around and slowly walked forward. He didn't know how long he had walked. Perhaps it was a day, perhaps it was a year, or perhaps it was a lifetime. Until one day, he saw a mountain before him. 7 colored snowflakes were falling on the mountain, and he saw a familiar figure. This figure was holding a corpse and roaring at the sky. His long hair was indistinguishable under the 7-colored snow as it moved with the wind. The moment he saw this figure, Wang Lin trembled and his breathing became ragged. What he saw was not the roaring figure, but the corpse the figure was holding. However, he could only see the black hair hanging down. He couldn't see what the corpse looked like, and he couldn't even tell if the corpse was a man or a woman. His face was pale as he desperately rushed toward the mountain at full speed. However, even after rushing for a long time, he still couldn't get close. He couldn't see what the corpse looked like. It was as if the distance between him and the mountain was a ravine that no life could cross. The roar became even more intense, and it was filled with endless grief and anger. The sky once again showed signs of collapsing, as if the power of this roar was enough to shatter the heavens and the earth. When the roar entered Wang Lin's ears, Wang Lin's heart suddenly felt intense pain. This pain was not as great as the ancient Tao 3 soul splits he had endured, but to him, this pain was the most intense in the world. Heaven and earth! The figure on the mountain raised its head and let out a roar. What's the use of being at the top of the world? What's the use of being worshipped by all living beings? What's the use of the Boundless Calamity Sutra? If the world is like this, why not destroy it? If all living beings are like this, why not disappear? If the Boundless Calamity Sutra is like this, why not pass it down? If that's the case, then I will use my own method to make the blue sky close its eyes, make the earth sleep, make the yellow springs flow in reverse, make reincarnation stop, and make the heavens have no thoughts. The voice was filled with a shocking will that spread out in all directions. The successor, Wang Lin, caused his mind to tremble. His body rapidly disintegrated, as if he was about to be driven out of this place. At the instant his body completely dissipated, he saw the figure on the seven-colored mountain holding the corpse. With a mournful expression, he took a step into the sky. At the instant his foot landed, the sky collapsed, and he brought the corpse with him as he stepped into the collapsed sky. The voice lingered in the air. Wang Lin opened his eyes. He was still in the ancestral temple, and his withered body seemed to have decayed. Before him, the shadow of his nascent divinity opened its eyes at the same time and looked at him. In the end, he still could not clearly see the corpse's appearance. Even the voice of the figure was indistinct. It was familiar, but there was also a hint of unfamiliarity. The surroundings were very quiet. However, there were still the faint sounds of "Greetings, Your Majesty," coming from outside. However, Wang Lin turned a deaf ear to it, and his eyes were filled with confusion. After a long time, this confusion gradually dissipated. He silently pondered for a while and forced himself to stop thinking about this matter. However, it was very difficult, and only after trying many times did he force himself to stop thinking about it. While pondering, Wang Lin had to force himself to do something else. Otherwise, his thoughts would take root and cause him to collapse. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Wang Lin muttered as he clenched his teeth. He raised his right hand and pointed at the Origin Soul before him. The Origin Soul shined brightly, causing the entire ancestral temple to be filled with a powerful light. Under this light, the Origin Soul suddenly expanded and occupied the entire ancestral temple. However, it didn't stop and continued to expand. It shrouded the entire ancestral temple and charged toward the statue of the Ji ancestor. Drums echoed inside the palace. Ninth bow. Greetings, Your Majesty. As the voices of all the ancient Sure members echoed, a bright light came from the ancient ancestor statue in the distance. Ji Du was in the sky, outside the war drum. He raised his right hand and turned his head. He immediately saw the ancient ancestor statue in the distance. The 27 halos gave off a dazzling light that spread in all directions. There seemed to be a shadow that spread from below the ancient ancestor statue and instantly covered half of the statue. Godfather! Ji Du was startled, and his eyes were filled with joy and excitement. At the same time, everyone in the imperial city saw what was happening on the ancient ancestor statue. Their gazes gathered and they saw the shadow on the statue fill the entire statue, reaching the same size as the statue itself. It was like an overlap, but the ancient ancestor's appearance became blurry and unfamiliar. It was vaguely similar to Wang Lin's. This was because his primordial spirit had engulfed and covered the statue of Ji Zhu. Ancient Tao 3 soul splits. He finally succeeded. I wonder what kind of reward he will obtain from the gift of the ancient ancestor. In the sky, Xian Luo looked at the ancient ancestor statue and revealed a gratified smile. On Origin Mountain, Song Tian, who didn't participate in the ceremony, was also standing in the sky. He looked at the ancient ancestor statue in the distance, and the same thoughts echoed in his heart. What kind of fortune will he obtain from the gift of the ancient ancestor? Song Tian was looking forward to it. Just as this scene was being watched by everyone and even the ceremony of the Ministry of Ji's coronation was delayed, The 27 halos around the ancient ancestor statue gave off a dazzling light and flew into the sky. That ring of light rose into the sky, causing ripples to appear in the sky. They continued spreading out, and when the final ring of light shot up into the sky, the weather changed. The sound of the 9 songs echoed in the ancient Shur imperial city. This sound was beautiful and could not be described with words. It existed in this world and fused with the ripples that spread out. A dark light suddenly descended from the sky, and a ray of red gradually grew brighter. In the end, the dark light turned blood red. It was a drop of blood. This drop of blood contained the aura of a soul. The moment it appeared, the entire ancient Shur imperial city became dead silent. Soul blood. On Origin Mountain, Song Tion's mind trembled when he saw the drop of blood, and he revealed a look of disbelief. It's still soul blood. 3 drops of soul blood can create an ancient clan. He has already obtained 1 drop, and now, this is the 2nd drop. Xian Luo took a deep breath. Even he didn't expect Wang Lin to obtain a 2nd drop of soul blood. Carnival monthly ticket 1. While everyone is having a carnival, let the monthly ticket have some fun too. Chapter 2061. When the bright red soul blood descended, its color changed toward purple. A moment later, when it arrived above the celestial ancestor statue, it turned purple. Purple blood, the ancient ancestor's soul blood. The aura of the soul became even more intense, causing the entire sky to be dyed purple in an instant. The entire Shurji imperial city, including the new Emperor Ji-Du, watched the purple blood enter the ancient ancestor statue. At the same time, a powerful ray of purple light spread out, forming a purple halo that rapidly descended from the head of the ancient ancestor statue. The purple halo disappeared into the ancestral temple at the bottom of the statue. Wang Lin was sitting in the depths of the ancestral temple. At this moment, the purple light turned into countless specks of light that gathered on his body. They quickly fused with the first drop of soul blood in his body. After the ancient Tao 3 soul splits, it was the blessing of the ancient ancestor. This soul blood was like this. Anyone who saw the purple blood descend from the ancient ancestor statue was shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This was soul blood, the ancient ancestor's soul blood. Rumor has it that 3 drops of soul blood can create an ancient bloodline. He actually obtained 1 drop of soul blood during the blessing of the ancient ancestor? Could it be that as long as one perfectly experiences the ancient Tao 3 soul splits, they can obtain soul blood? An uproar echoed. Ji-Du looked at the ancient ancestor statue and took a deep breath. Even he didn't expect his godfather to obtain the ancient ancestor's soul blood. When the purple blood disappeared, the sky gradually showed signs of returning to normal, as if everything was about to end. After all, the blessing of the ancient ancestor had descended, and the 3 trials 7 calamities was about to end. However, just as this thought appeared in everyone's minds, another change occurred in the sky. Even more uproars came from all corners of the Shurji imperial city. It's not over. Look at the sky change again. The blessing of the ancient ancestor hasn't ended. Purple, it's purple again. This is impossible. Could it be that more soul blood has descended? The uproar shook the heavens. Under the disbelief of all the clan members, they saw that the purple light in the sky had dissipated, but in an instant, it released a dazzling light once more. At the end of the sky, a purple vortex seemed to have appeared. That vortex continued to rotate, as if there was a black hole at the center. The location of the black hole was where the purple light was the densest. Slowly, a drop of purple blood descended. When everyone saw the drop of purple blood, they were all shocked. Soul blood again. 2 drops. He got 2 drops of soul blood. The soul blood slowly fell down and entered the head of Jizu's statue. With a flash of purple light, it quickly sank down and disappeared from the ancestral temple. The uproar continued. More and more purple light spots appeared around Wang Lin, who was in the depths of the ancestral temple. They quickly gathered around him and disappeared into his body. In the end, when all the purple light spots entered his body, Wang Lin had 3 drops of soul blood. He suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the ancient ancestor statue released a powerful burst of purple light. As the purple light surrounded the statue, Wang Lin's origin soul rapidly shrank and disappeared into the ancestral temple. The sky slowly returned to normal and there was no trace of purple anymore. The Jizu statue also calmed down. It still looked at the world with disdain and arrogance. As the abnormality in the world gradually returned to normal, a large amount of people in the ancient Shur imperial city calmed down from the shock. However, there were still monstrous waves in their hearts, but they forced themselves to suppress it. They looked at the ancestral temple with different gazes. There was jealousy, envy, complexity, and emotion. Inside the ancestral temple, the origin soul that had shrunk from the ancient ancestor statue slowly overlapped with Wang Lin's body. Endless vitality seemed to be injected into Wang Lin's withered body, and he quickly recovered. After a few breaths, his body returned to normal from a skeleton. He was still the same as when he first came to the ancestral temple, but the difference in power was countless. Wang Lin closed his eyes and felt the changes in his origin soul. His origin soul was very strong. Not only could his divine sense cover the entire ancient clan, but it could even cover the huge basin formed by the rising sea. Such a powerful divine sense required an almost indestructible origin soul. Now, Wang Lin's origin soul had reached an incredible level after splitting and fusing 3 times. He could feel the laws of the world, the operation of everything, and even the passage of time. Not only did his origin soul become stronger, but his body as well. His body was already very powerful, but now it was even more powerful. The feeling of power flowing through his body made Wang Lin feel like he could shatter the sky with one punch. I wonder how I compare to Grand Emperor Gu Dao in my current state. Wang Lin murmured as he stood up and walked out of the ancestral temple. This was the first time in 100 years that he had walked out of the ancestral temple. As he walked out, the blinding sunlight shone into his eyes. He saw the sky and the boundless blue waves, but he did not see his master, Xian Luo. Xian Luo chose to leave when the second drop of soul blood descended. He didn't meet Wang Lin and silently left toward the direction of the ancient Dao. He had come to help Wang Lin protect him. Now that he had finished protecting him, he didn't know what to say to Wang Lin when he met him, so he could only leave. Looking at the sky and the direction Xian Luo had gone, Wang Lin silently pondered. There was no complication in his eyes, only gentleness. Wang Lin softly muttered to himself, "Before I leave, I have to go see teacher. The heaven trampling bridge. I wonder if I can walk onto the 4th bridge. But no matter what, this matter is over. There are still 300 years until the immemorial God realm opens. I don't want to stay on the immortal astral continent for these 300 years. I want to go home. I want to take Wan Air home." Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sky and walked toward the palace. He had promised Ji Du that he would witness Ji Du become the emperor. Inside the palace, there were no fluctuations, but Wang Lin's figure strangely walked out from the void. Under the gazes of countless people, Wang Lin looked at Ji Du and smiled. Wang Lin slowly said, "You will be an excellent emperor." Ji Du stared at Wang Lin. He could feel that his godfather wanted to leave. "Be a good emperor, lead your people, lead them to power." Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached at the void. The crown on the throne flew out and flew toward Wang Lin. He caught it. He waved his hand, and the crown floated toward Ji Du. It slowly landed on his head, causing Ji Du, who was wearing the imperial robes, to become a true emperor. With a smile, Wang Lin turned around and disappeared from the ancient Shur imperial city. He disappeared from everyone's sight and disappeared from Ji Du's eyes. "Godfather!" Ji Du shouted toward where Wang Lin had gone. The sadness of parting filled his heart. He could never forget that everything he had was because of Wang Lin. Wang Lin left. He left the Shiji clan and looked toward the Celestial clan and the Seven Dao sect. After pondering a bit, he walked toward the ancient Dao imperial city he had left 200 years ago. No one but Xian Luo noticed his arrival at the ancient Dao imperial city. In the back mountain of the ancient Dao temple, in the house he had lived in for a period of time, Wang Lin met Xian Luo. The teacher and disciple silently pondered for a long time before Xian Luo smiled. "I'm back." Disciple greets teacher. Inside the house, Wang Lin found the warmth he hadn't felt for 200 years. He had forgotten that he was now a powerful cultivator comparable to Ji Dao. In his eyes, Xian Luo was his teacher and he was his disciple. In the back mountain of the ancient Dao temple, in this place that was like a peach garden, Wang Lin lived there for 3 years. These 3 years were like a time for Wang Lin to settle his mind. This allowed him to gradually gain complete control of his sudden increase in strength. He accompanied Xian Luo because Xian Luo had given up on reincarnation. 3 years later, Wang Lin bowed at Xian Luo and walked into the sky. Xian Luo looked at his disciple. He knew that once Wang Lin left, it would be 300 years before they met again. Wang Lin's figure disappeared from the world. In a deep mountain near the basin formed by the vast sea, Wang Lin had fused his origin soul and cultivation to the peak. He chose to go to the heaven-trampling bridge again. With his current cultivation level, he could choose to break through the bottleneck at any time. He could step into the illusory world and experience the process of trampling the heavens. A few days later, an invisible ripple spread out from the deep mountain, forming a pressure that even Grand Empyreans would find difficult to enter. Wang Lin appeared on the familiar heaven-trampling bridge. The sky was still hazy and the earth was covered in fog, so he couldn't see too far. There were 6 bridges before him, and each one was larger than the last. The last bridge was like an illusion, and when Wang Lin looked at it, he felt like he was immersed in it. Behind him, there were 3 bridges. He was now at the same place he stepped on the 4th bridge 100 years ago. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze from the illusory scene behind the 9th bridge and looked at the 4th bridge below him. He raised his right foot and took a step. Chapter 2062. Aside from Wang Lin himself, no one knew how many heaven-trampling bridges he had passed. Even Grand Empyrean Gu Dao, who had stopped at the 6th bridge, didn't notice. He only knew that Wang Lin had gone to the heaven-trampling bridge and walked through the 5th bridge. As for whether Wang Lin had succeeded on the 6th bridge, he had no way of knowing, because his limit was the 5th bridge. The ripples surrounded the mountain beside the basin formed by the vast sea for several months. As the pressure from the ripples dissipated, Wang Lin calmly walked out. His appearance and expression were not much different from a few months ago, but if one looked closely, they would find that Wang Lin was like a mortal. There were no signs of his body moving at all. He was dressed in a long white robe and stood outside the basin formed by the vast sea. He turned his head around and cast a glance at the land of the ancients. After a moment, he turned around and turned into a long arc that charged towards the other end of the vast basin, towards the land of the immortals. "Madman, I swore that when I returned to the ancestral city, I would save you. If you are willing to leave with me, no one on the immortal astral continent can stop you. If you choose to become the celestial emperor, then you will no longer be a sleeping celestial emperor. There is also Situ, Shimizu, Shursan, Bighead, Red Butterfly. You are all on the immortal astral continent, but you are no longer in the ancient clan. You must have reincarnated in the celestial clan. This time I'll find you. There is also Li Qianmei." Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression. He let out a sigh and moved even faster. He moved 100 times faster than when he first crossed this place. "In the end, I have to return to the 7 Dao sect, return to the cave world, return to Suzaku. That place is my home. Wang Lin didn't stop at all along the way. It only took a few days for him to arrive at the center of the vast sea. There was an endless sea storm formed by the sea. Even from far away, one could hear the thunderous rumbles coming from the storm. After getting close, one could see the cracks in space that had formed due to the constant rotation over the past 200 years. There was even an invisible pressure spreading out from the sea wall storm, spreading in all directions. The smell of the sea was very strong, and the thunderous rumbles were earth-shattering. Wang Lin stood 10 feet away from the sea and looked at the door formed by the 9 pillars. His eyes lit up. He knew that the door would open in 300 years. When it opened, he would come back and take Li Muan inside. He would use the reincarnation power to allow Li Muan to reincarnate and surpass the reincarnation cycle. Perhaps I can find the truth there, Wang Lin murmured and was about to step through the storm. However, just as he raised his foot, Wang Lin suddenly looked up. The sky was dark. This was because the sea wall continued to create its might. The surroundings rumbled, and there seemed to be no other sound. Everything was very calm, as if there was nothing abnormal. However, Wang Lin looked at the sky and gave up on leaving. He stood there as if he was waiting for something. 10 breaths later, a cracking sound suddenly came from the dark sky. This sound was ear-piercing, and as it shook the world, it suppressed the roar of the sea wall, causing the world to tremble. A huge crack was torn open in the dark sky, and a large amount of fog poured out madly from the crack. At the same time, a blurry figure walked out of the crack step by step. Ancient Tao. Wang Lin's expression was still calm as he looked at the fog churning. This made the dark sky a world of fog. He looked at the figure that walked out and slowly said, "Wang Lin." The figure inside the fog gradually walked out, but it still didn't leave the fog. Instead, a hoarse voice came from inside the fog. This was a very important scene on the immortal astral continent. This was the first time the 2 strongest people on the immortal astral continent had met face to face. These were the only 2 people on the immortal astral continent who were half a step into the heaven-trampling realm. This was the first time the 2 strongest people on the immortal astral continent had met face to face. As for back on Mount Gudao, due to the difference in cultivation levels, it was like looking at each other across the tower. It was far from comparable to this moment. The figure inside the fog silently pondered for a moment and then said, "You already knew I was coming?" Wang Lin calmly stood there. His clothes fluttered in the wind and a few strands of his white hair fluttered. He looked at the figure inside the fog and nodded. "The second time you went to the heaven-trampling bridge, how many bridges did you cross?" Ancient Tao silently pondered once more. After a long time, he let out a sigh and slowly said, "This is not important. That is not important. What is important is your purpose for coming here." Wang Lin faintly smiled. His expression was very calm. "You can kill the ancient ancestor's descendant, Yi Dao. You can casually appoint anyone as the new emperor. You can even do whatever you want in the ancient clan. But you can't leave the ancient clan." Ji Dao's figure was surrounded by fog as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "I can't leave the ancient clan?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The figure inside the fog said, "Unless I can't stop you, you can't leave." An ancient voice came from the figure inside the fog. "I won't stop you for too long. 300 years. As long as you stay in the Ji clan for another 300 years, when the immemorial God realm opens, you can leave at will." Wang Lin pondered a bit and slowly said, "Give me an explanation." "There is no explanation. I won't let you go, so you must stay or defeat me." Ancient Dao's voice became gloomy. Wang Lin frowned and looked at the figure inside the fog. "On Mount Gudao, I borrowed your pressure to complete the fusion of the celestial and ancient realms. This is one. In the ancient Dao Imperial City, I killed Yi Dao. With my cultivation level back then, if you had acted, I would have had no chance of winning. However, you remained silent. This is 2. In the ancient sure, you didn't stop Ji-du from becoming the new emperor. This is 3. I, Wang Lin, am someone who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Because of these 3 times, I can stay in the ancient clan for 100 years without any explanation, but I will leave for the remaining 200 years. Wang Lin slowly said. The figure inside the fog silently pondered, and after a long time, he spoke. 100 years is not enough. I have to wait until the immemorial God realm opens. Wang Lin, I don't want to fight you. The old man hasn't fought with anyone for a very long time. I only want you to stay for another 300 years. After that, you can leave. I can even give you some compensation. Ancient Dao's voice was hoarse. Wang Lin also didn't want to fight with Ji Dao. The relationship between the two of them was very complicated, and Wang Lin had no reason to fight unless the other party had made up his mind to make him stay. Wang Lin suddenly said, I have a question. With your cultivation level, you can sweep away all the powerful cultivators of the celestial ancestor realm. Since that is the case, why do you still keep the celestial clan? Inside the fog, Ji Dao silently pondered once more. This was a question that many powerful cultivators of the ancient clan had, and it was also a question that many cultivators of the celestial clan had. Over the countless years, no one knew the answer, and no one dared to personally ask Gu Dao. The gift I obtained is different from yours. After a long time, Gu Dao's voice slowly rang out from within the fog, filled with a complicated feeling. Wang Lin looked at Ji Dao inside the fog and pondered. He seemed to have understood something. Okay, Wang Lin, either defeat me or stay. There is no third choice. The fog around Ji Dao churned and a thunderous rumble came from it. It fused with the rumble from the sea wall and formed a shocking sound wave. Along with his words, it formed the might of the heavens. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and his eyes shined brightly. Since it was unavoidable, he wanted to know who was the strongest on the immortal astral continent between him and Ji Dao. This would be the first battle on the immortal astral continent since the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor disappeared. This was a battle between the two strongest people, a battle at the peak. Gu Dao, the strongest person on the immortal astral continent. He had entered the heaven-trampling realm countless years ago. Although he had stopped at the 6th bridge, his combat power was not ordinary. He was the only person to have killed a Grand Empyrean. Wang Lin had fused the celestial and ancient essences. He had not reached the end of his cultivation path. Just 2 essence true bodies were complete and he was already half a step into the heaven-trampling realm. He didn't know what level he would reach once his ethereal essence true body was complete. He also had the avatar in the void. After hundreds of years, the avatar in the void had grown up. Once it fused with Wang Lin, it would erupt with terrifying power. As the fog around Gu Dao churned, thunderous rumbles echoed. Grand Empyrean Ji Dao stepped toward Wang Lin. As he stepped forward, the fog around him became monstrous and spread. It turned into a ferocious fog beast that let out an earth-shattering roar. This fog beast looked strange and had 9 heads. It looked very similar to the Ji Qiong beast Wang Lin had seen in the land of the ancient god. The 9 heads let out a ferocious roar and gave off an ancient aura. It was as if this fog beast had a spirit and had existed for countless years. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao inside the fog beast raised his right hand and pointed. His fingertips were also surrounded by fog, but one could faintly see his curved nails that gave off a cold glow. With one finger, the entire world changed greatly in Wang Lin's eyes. The sky was surrounded by countless fine lines, and the earth was the same. Both inside and outside the world were filled with law. These fine lines of law seemed to be controlled and began to wrap around Wang Lin. Wind, cloud, thunder, and even metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared around Wang Lin and shot toward Wang Lin. As they closed in, the countless spells suddenly condensed to form an illusory finger made of a large amount of law lines. The finger pointed toward Wang Lin's eyebrows with its curved nails and destructive force. Number 129 had double monthly votes, and Gu Dao planned to erupt once in a row during the last 3 days of the month. He didn't want to have any regrets. He hoped that all the fellow cultivators along the way would stop hiding in the last few days of 2011 and let Gu Dao know that they were still around. Chapter 2063. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao, the strongest person on the immortal astral continent. His cultivation base was unfathomable, and it had been many years since he had fought. With a single wave of his finger, the sky dimmed and the clouds churned. A heaven-rending, earth-shattering aura spread out, causing the sea storm to cave in. Wang Lin's white hair fluttered. Before him, Jidao's illusory finger contained the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Thunderous rumbles echoed and countless raindrops appeared. This made the finger look like chaos. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but within the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, the power of the 5 elements appeared. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were no weaker than Wang Lin's 5-element essence true body. As a result, this finger could steal the fortune of the world and was enough to kill a Grand Empyrean. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. Gu Dao was very powerful, and he was already prepared for it. Although a casual point of his finger could kill a Grand Empyrean like Gu Dao, he was not surprised. Gu Dao. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He still had his left hand behind his back and his long hair fluttered, giving him an indescribable temperament. His feet didn't move, and as the finger closed in, he raised his right hand and pointed at the illusory finger. His action was also very casual. From afar, this scene was a bit asymmetrical. Gu Dao's illusory finger was very large and looked like it could shatter Wang Lin's body. The difference between Wang Lin's finger and Gu Dao's finger was too large. However, just as Wang Lin's finger stretched out, the countless lines of law in the world trembled. Outsiders couldn't see the trembling of these lines, but Gu Dao could clearly see it. The countless lines shattered as they trembled. The origin sound collapsed without a sound. At this moment, there were no more lines in the world, no more rules. This made it seem like there was no law in the world. His finger descended and crashed into Gu Dao's illusory finger. The world roared, and a loud bang that could drown out the roar of the sea storm rose up. It was deafening, and it spread out in all directions with a loud bang. Wang Lin let out a muffled groan and retreated 3 steps. He suddenly raised his head and saw Ji Dao's illusory finger pause for a moment. Black gas came out from the finger and caused the finger to shatter. All the spells inside were shattered. The moment the illusory finger shattered, Gu Dao's figure in the 9-headed fog beast formed by the thick fog was also shocked and took 3 steps back. The two of them were evenly matched in this probing attack. At the instant Gu Dao's figure retreated, Wang Lin moved and took a few steps forward. He lifted his right hand and his nascent divinity circulated. At the instant it filled his entire body, a large amount of green smoke suddenly appeared on his right hand. The smoke surrounded his fingers and quickly turned into rings of white smoke. An extremely hot feeling suddenly spread out from Wang Lin's right hand. 8 Paramount Daos. Gu Dao's eyes narrowed in the 9-headed fog beast. Paramount Water Dao. Paramount Metal Dao. Paramount Wood Dao. Paramount Earth Dao. The 5 forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared on Wang Lin's right hand. They manifested into the celestial ancestor's divine ability, 8 Paramount Daos. Even though Wang Lin hadn't learned all the 8 Paramount Daos, he was already half a step into heaven trampling, so he was about the same level as the celestial ancestor Huang. When he used the 8 Paramount Daos, he could reach a power that was close to that of the celestial ancestor. Countless rings of smoke appeared before Wang Lin. As his right hand struck the air, the large amount of rings of light flashed and charged at the nine-headed fog beast. It was just 5 paramount daos, and it wasn't powerful enough to shock the heavens. When Wang Lin went to Heaven Trampling Bridge for the second time, he seemed to have crossed the 5th bridge very quickly, but in truth, it felt as if countless years had passed and he had gained enlightenment of the last 3 paramount daos that belonged to him. Paramount Dao. As Wang Lin walked towards the fog beast, his expression was calm, as if he was a grandmaster. He punched the ground with his right hand, and the huge basin formed by the seawater trembled at that moment. A large amount of cracks appeared, and a wave of earthen aura rushed out. That earthen aura was foul and filled the area. It was filled with a large amount of aura of death, which was formed by the lives that had died in the seawater for countless years. The earthen aura filled the area and turned into a huge, gray ring of light. There was only one ring of light, and it appeared on the ground. As it moved forward, it shrank and erupted with a shocking might. The pupils of Jidao, who was in the 9-headed fog beast, shrank. Clearly, Wang Lin's strength and the execution of this divine ability had caused even him to become solemn. Just how many heaven-trampling bridges did he cross? A glint appeared in Jidao's eyes. At that moment, without any hesitation, he lifted his right hand and formed a seal before pointing at the air. Immediately, the 9 heads of the fog beast around him lifted their heads and roared. They turned into countless ripples that spread out, and 9 rays of 7-colored light shot out from the 9 heads. Paramount Dao. As Wang Lin moved forward, he spoke calmly and pointed at the sky with his right hand. The dim sky looked like it was going to collapse, and bursts of dazzling light shined. Wang Lin's finger turned into a palm and reached toward the sky. It was as if he had grabbed all the light in the sky, causing the dim sky to dim. At the same time, a sun-like light appeared in the sky. No, it was a ring of light that rapidly closed in on the 9-headed fog beast. Aside from the last one, all of Wang Lin's 8 extreme daos had been completed. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the sky and earth turned into countless rings of light that shot toward the fog beast. The 9-headed fog beast roared and 9-colored light flashed, forming a 9-colored rainbow around it. The 9-colored light scattered and began to resist Wang Lin's 8 extreme daos. Shortly after, Gu Dao opened his arms and waved them. Several balls of fog appeared around the 9 heads of the fog beast. Each ball of fog contained enough power to kill an ascendant Empyrean. Even a Grand Empyrean would be shocked when facing these hundreds of balls of fog. The moment these hundreds of balls of fog appeared, they suddenly split into tens of thousands of balls of fog that floated around the 9-headed fog beast. They were connected to the 9-colored rainbow and were resisting Wang Lin's 8 extreme daos. The roar shook the heavens and the earth, shaking the entire basin. After the 5 elemental ultimate daos shattered one by one, the rings of light formed by the ultimate sky Dao and ultimate earth Dao pierced through the layers of obstruction and landed on the body of the fog beast. The fog beast let out a mournful roar, and its giant body trembled. Wang Lin's figure suddenly appeared. After he used the 8 extreme daos, he didn't hesitate to activate his rapid spell Meridian, causing his speed to increase greatly. With one step, he disappeared without a trace. When Wang Lin reappeared, he didn't make a sound. His right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch. The world rumbled and a giant fist shadow shot toward the fog beast. Wang Lin didn't wait to see the result and disappeared once more. When he reappeared, he was behind Gu Dao and threw a punch. The moment the punch landed, Gu Dao suddenly turned around and threw a punch. With a bang, Wang Lin was knocked back from behind Wu Chui, but Gu Dao also let out a muffled groan and his sleeve turned to dust. Wang Lin's punch was not something that could be easily offset. From the moment Jidao attacked, he had already calculated it and knew that this punch had its own purpose. The punch seemed to have collided with the punch he had thrown at the fog beast with the fog beast as the center, and a shocking force erupted. As the rumbling sounds echoed, a storm seemed to sweep out and actually tore the fog beast's body apart. However, Gu Dao was still the strongest on the immortal astral continent. The moment Wang Lin was knocked away, the nearly 10,000 balls of fog around the fog beast shot toward Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and Wang Lin couldn't dodge at all. All the balls of fog landed on his body. One ball of fog could kill an ascendant Empyrean, and with over 10,000 balls of fog exploding at the same time, the power would be enough to destroy the world. As the nearly 10,000 balls of fog rumbled, Wang Lin closed his eyes and his right hand pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. Extreme Life Dao. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened, revealing 2 rays of strange light. The ghostly light came from his eyes and turned into a ring of ghostly light. The ring of ghostly light surrounded Wang Lin as a form of protection. Thunderous rumbles echoed like millions of bolts of thunder exploding at the same time. They shook the entire vast basin and spread toward the ancient clan and celestial clan. As the sound spread, it affected the law of the world and caused the entire immortal astral continent to change colors. The Dao Yi sect, Mount Emperor in the ancestral city, the Purple Yang sect, and the Glacier of the northern continent, aside from Lien Shifei, the 4 grand Empyreans of the celestial ancestors were all shaken. They felt the change in the world and the collision of the 2 shocking auras from the vast expanse. Gu Dao has attacked. One of them belongs to Gu Dao. The other, I'm familiar. Who is Gu Dao battling to set off such a shocking scene? The aura battling Gu Dao. It's Wang Lin. 4 long arcs shot out from the land of the immortals and charged towards the vast basin. At the same time, on the land of the Ji clan, Xian Luo Mo Tian, and the mysterious ancient Ji Grand Empyrean all felt the earth tremble and the sky change. The 3 of them charged into the sky without hesitation toward the vast basin. Chapter 2064. Almost all the Grand Empyreans on the immortal astral continent were alarmed. They turned into 7 rays of light and charged toward the vast basin from different directions. The ancient clan's 3 rays of light were extremely fast. The celestial clan's 4 people didn't say a word and quickly flew over. However, with their speed, it would take them half a month to arrive at the location of the battle, even if they used their full power. After all, the immortal astral continent was simply too big, and they didn't have Wang Lin and Gu Dao's cultivation levels. At the center of the vast basin, the sea storm near the Ji clan rumbled. Thunderous rumbles echoed as nearly 10,000 balls of fog exploded around Wang Lin. When all the balls of fog dissipated, blood came out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, and he retreated thousands of feet. He coughed out another mouthful of blood, and the halo around him collapsed. As for Gu Dao, the fog beast around him shattered and dissipated with a miserable roar. Its disappearance caused the fog around Grand Empyrean Ji Dao to rapidly decrease until it gradually disappeared. Once all the fog is gone, his mysterious face will be clearly revealed. In order to see my appearance, you didn't hesitate to get injured. Gu Dao slowly spoke from thousands of feet away from Wang Lin. The fog around him had thinned and only a small amount remained, barely covering his face. Since you want to see, then take a look. You are the first person in countless years to see my face. Gu Dao was thin and wore a green robe. However, his right arm was sleeveless and his hair was gray. He looked at Wang Lin and the fog on his face gradually dissipated. Wang Lin was thousands of feet away and was also looking at Gu Dao. When the fog on Gu Dao's face dissipated, he finally saw Grand Empyrean Gu Dao's appearance. After seeing it clearly, he wasn't surprised at all and let out a sigh. It really is you. Ji Dao silently pondered. Should I call you Ancient Ancestor or Ancient Path? Wang Lin looked at the familiar face in front of him and slowly said. Gu Dao's appearance was exactly the same as the Ancient Ancestor statue in the 3 cities that Wang Lin had seen. Or perhaps it could be said that your appearance belongs to you. That statue in the Imperial City was carved according to your appearance. Wang Lin gazed at Gu Dao. Gu Dao's appearance was filled with the vicissitudes of time. I am Gu Dao and also Ancestor Ji. Gu Dao's face was filled with melancholy as he spoke slowly. I obtained a portion of the ancient ancestors' memories and will, to protect the Ji clan and the descendants of the imperial family. My appearance also slowly changed after absorbing this portion of memories and will. Ji Dao's voice was low. This place should be the furthest you can go. Rumor has it that you killed a Grand Empyrean of the Celestial clan. I fear there is a mistake. When the Celestial clan invaded, they crossed the center line of the vast sea, which is why you were able to kill them. Wang Lin's mind became clear. Many things he didn't understand were slowly being answered. He still found it difficult to understand. With Gu Dao's cultivation level, he could easily destroy the Celestial clan so that there would be no Celestials left on the immortal astral continent. However, after countless years, the Celestial clan still existed. After obtaining the ancient ancestors' memories and will, you should have obtained a great fortune, but there should have been some restrictions. Wang Lin looked at Gu Dao and let out a sigh. On the day I completely changed, I felt a restriction. I couldn't go too far away from the ancient clan. Once I go out, I'll lose all my cultivation. Gu Dao's expression was calm. There was no helplessness or bitterness. Why do you want to stop me from leaving? Wang Lin asked this question once more. After I obtained the ancient ancestors' memories, over the countless years, I slowly felt some things. Some things. I can't understand, I can't believe, but they are very real. Gu Dao let out a sigh. He looked around, at the earth, and at the direction of the ancient clan. Perhaps it's true, or perhaps it's just my illusion. Gu Dao shook his head. He didn't answer Wang Lin's question, but after muttering to himself, his eyes revealed a decisive gaze. Let's fight. Beat me. I don't have the power to stop you, so you can leave. I can feel that you haven't used your full strength. Next, I won't hold back. I have two strongest arts. One is the ancient heaven and earth transformation. In the ancient ancestors' memories, he was born from the void. He always believed that his eyes could become the sun and moon, his blood could become the rivers and seas, his bones could become mountain ranges, his hands could become the sky, and his body could become the earth when it collapsed. My strongest art is the ancient heaven and earth transformation. Because of his belief, because of his thoughts, he used his entire life to create this spell, the ancient world. I have never used this spell after inheriting it. Today is the first time. Gu Dao looked at Wang Lin and slowly said. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit and his gaze met Gu Dao's. When I was in the ancestral temple in the ancient Shur imperial city, I saw a figure take a step into the sky. This step shocked me greatly. On the fifth bridge, I was immersed in a reincarnation-like world. I don't know how much time has passed, but aside from comprehending the 8 extreme daos, this step was what I comprehended the most. I originally couldn't cross the fifth bridge, but with this step, I crossed it. This step, I call it the heaven trampling step. As Wang Lin spoke, his eyes revealed a decisive gaze. This battle was unavoidable, so Wang Lin would fight to the end. If you can withstand this spell, then you will be qualified to witness the heaven Dao that I have studied for countless years. After hearing Wang Lin say that he had crossed the fifth bridge, Ji Dao silently pondered for a bit. Then he raised his right hand and waved at the sky. With a wave of his hand, countless rays of bright light appeared behind Ji Dao. Those rays of light appeared out of thin air and gathered together. In an instant, a gigantic shadow of light was formed behind Ji Dao. The figure of light was enveloped by light, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. However, once it appeared, it opened its mouth and sucked in a deep breath. As it did so, the world rumbled, and the power of the world surged towards it from all directions. The area it covered grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it covered 100,000, 1,000,000, and even more. In fact, the entire vast basin was enveloped by it. An endless amount of power of the world gushed forth with loud rumbling sounds. As it was absorbed by the silhouette of light, the area it covered continued to expand. Once it surpassed the vast basin, it headed straight for the immortals and the ancient race. In the celestial clan near the vast sea, the 4 rays of light formed by Jyoti and the other grand Empyreans suddenly stopped. They looked into the distance in shock and felt like their souls were about to leave their bodies. The same thing happened to Song Tian and the other 2 on the G-clan's land. They could sense a terrifying gravitational force coming from the vast sea. They could sense the world around them being pulled toward a distant location. At the center of the vast sea, the shadow swelled rapidly as it devoured the power of the world. In the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, and was still growing. A moment later, Wang Lin raised his head. He could no longer see the upper body of the shadow, only its legs. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know how tall the shadow would be, but he could imagine that if one looked from outside the immortal astral continent, they would see a giant standing on the immortal astral continent. Indomitable, ancient ancestor. Wang Lin looked at the shadow that was still expanding. He didn't know how big the shadow would become. Perhaps if this shadow was given enough power of the world, it would be comparable to a star system. It wasn't until all the power of the world had gathered that the shadow's body stopped expanding. However, even with its current size, Wang Lin felt an indescribable pressure. Ancient world. Wang Lin looked at the sky and silently pondered. His divine sense suddenly spread out and he felt a strange scene. This giant shadow's eyes fell out. One became the bright sun in the sky and the other became the moon. The blood flowing out of its body formed rivers on the earth and formed an ocean. He raised his hands, and as they covered the sky, a blue screen appeared. His body fell down with a loud rumble, transforming into the earth. His bones transformed into mountain ranges. As Wang Lin saw and sensed all of this, his eyes felt a stabbing pain and blood flowed out. It was as if a powerful force wanted to take out his eyes and use one as the sun and the other as the moon. His hands were trembling, as if they were being pulled by that power. They were about to be lifted up into the sky, and his body, under the influence of that strange power, seemed to be about to become the land itself. This was a faith spell. A spell that, when strong enough, could change the world, time, and space. Anyone shrouded by this faith would become one of its faith spells. With this belief, Wang Lin took a deep breath and his body gradually calmed down. He no longer thought about how to break the spell but closed his eyes. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the figure holding the body on top of the mountain covered in 7-colored snow. That figure looked up at the sky and took a step toward the sky. That step continued to appear in his mind. After an unknown number of times, Wang Lin slowly raised his right foot and walked toward the sky of the world created by the faith of the ancient ancestor. When he took this step, Wang Lin had the illusion that he was that figure, that he was the person holding the corpse and roaring at the sky. An indescribable sadness appeared in his heart. This kind of pain was like his heart had been dug out. He seemed to have forgotten that he was fighting with Ji Dao, and that he had to return to the cave world. The only thing in his mind was endless sadness, despair, and anger. This anger caused Wang Lin's step to suddenly fall. Heaven-trampling step. There were 6 more hours until the 29th, which was when the double monthly votes would begin. On the 29th, his ears would explode, and he would explode. The last 3 days of the month, he would go all out. Chapter 2065. Last night I was really muddle-headed. I actually made such a big mistake. I only found out about it when I got the call this morning, and I was completely dumbfounded. Fine, I'm a fool. Don't scold me. I know you won't blame a poor fatty who stayed up all night writing and uploading a new chapter. I've already subscribed, so there's no need to spend any more money. All I have to do is refresh, and I'll be able to see the new chapter. I apologize again. As soon as his foot landed, the rage in Wang Lin's heart erupted. His right foot caused rumbling sounds to fill heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he had reached an unimaginable realm. The entire world seemed to be beneath his feet. All living things were beneath his feet. Natural laws, magical laws, everything was transformed into ash with that single step. Massive fissures spread out across the sky, and then it collapsed. Countless fragments tumbled out in all directions, causing the sky to no longer exist. The sky collapsed. When Wang Lin's right foot landed on the ground, and he looked up, the ground cracked. The sun and moon vanished, the rivers and seas dispersed. The land and the sky, the world formed by the ancient heaven and earth, were destroyed. Gu Dao's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered backward 300 meters before he finally came to a stop. For the first time, his face was pale. Heaven trampling stage. That's the complete heaven trampling stage. His expression was one of shock as he watched Wang Lin take that step. He could sense a terrifying power awakening within him. Wang Lin hovered there. Everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion. His eyes were closed, and after a long moment, they slowly opened. His eyes were filled with grief as he looked up at the sky, which had returned to normal. A very, very long time passed. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Gu Dao looked at Wang Lin, a complicated expression on his face. You passed the 7th pill bridge. Wang Lin closed his eyes. I failed on the 8th pill bridge, said Gu Dao, closing his eyes. It was as if he wanted to prevent the grief from fading away. 7th pepper. Gu Dao smiled bitterly. He looked deeply at Wang Lin. Just now, he had clearly sensed the will of heaven trampling contained within that step. Such a will was a manifestation of extreme faith. With his current cultivation, he could not take that step. Perhaps I really can't keep you here. Gu Dao took a deep breath, and his gaze turned from complicated to determined. He continued to speak word by word, but I can't just give up like this. I used my entire life to come up with the heavenly Tao. I named this technique Heavenly Tao because of this technique. It is the manifestation of my, Gu Dao's, faith. I might not be as powerful as the ancient ancestor, but my faith is different from his. His belief is to turn into the world, and it is precisely because of the existence of his will that I cannot stray too far away from the land of the ancients. Perhaps in the ancient ancestors' thoughts, the territory of the immortals was not formed by him, but a place he hated. And my belief is that the sky can no longer block my eyes, the earth can no longer block my body, the sun, the moon, and the immortal astral continent can no longer confuse my heart. Heavenly Tao, with my heart as the Tao, step on the heavens with the Tao, step on the heavens with the heavens as the steps. As Gu Dao spoke, he waved his hand at the sky. The sky rumbled and a giant vortex appeared. This vortex shrouded the entire basin, and it was as if the end of the world was about to arrive. Gu Dao waved his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. You are the heavens! Gu Dao's voice rumbled like thunder, and it was filled with great faith. As he pointed, a large amount of ripples appeared around Wang Lin. He seemed to feel something and suddenly looked up. He saw a giant foot appear in the vortex and mercilessly stomp down on him. During these 200 years, Wang Lin once again felt a powerful sense of life and death crisis. Every heaven-trampling cultivator had supreme power. Wang Lin could comprehend the heaven-trampling step from that familiar figure, and Gu Dao could also use his amazing wisdom and countless years of faith to comprehend the heaven-trampling Tao that belonged to Gu Dao. All living beings want to trample the heavens, but those who cannot do so have no faith, no fear. This was a sentence engraved on the 8th heaven-trampling bridge. Wang Lin had seen it the second time he went there. At this moment, as he stared at Gu Dao, this sentence involuntarily appeared in his mind. He suddenly understood something. In this world, be it humans, beasts, or even spirits, all of them had the intention to trample the heavens. Just like how he answered Li Qianmei's 3 questions in the cave world back then, the world was a circle, and outside that circle, there was another circle. Very few people are born without a heart, because all living beings in this world want to be different. They want a kind of freedom, a kind of thinking that is not bound by anything. The laws of the mortal world are circles. Poverty, wealth, and mediocrity are circles. The law of the cultivation world is also circles. The law of the jungle in the cultivation world is also circles. The entire world is also a circle like a cage. The sky and the stars are also circles. Walk out of this circle, walk out of even more circles, until you step into the sky, step into the heavens and the stars, and take that final step out of all living things. From then on, you will no longer be able to blind your eyes, and you will no longer be able to deceive your heart. This is the true meaning of the Taoist scripture, the true meaning of cultivation, Wang Lin murmured as he looked at the giant foot descending from the sky. He vaguely understood and had an epiphany. Life and death, karma, truth. Life and death are the rope, and countless lives and deaths are connected to form countless circles, forming a net. This net is called karma, and this karma net is used to fish out one's true self from the river of reincarnation. The river of reincarnation contains illusion and truth, and one needs a pair of eyes that can see through truth and falsehood to throw out the net and fish out one's true self. After my ethereal essence reached completion in true and false, I comprehended reincarnation as the 4th ethereal essence in the Donglin sect. However, after hundreds of years, I still couldn't understand what reincarnation was. What was reincarnation? I thought it was a law that controlled this life and death. Until the ancient Tao imperial teacher appeared. No matter what the reason was, his words revealed that the true resurrection of one heir requires the use of the reincarnation power in the immemorial God realm. At that time, I didn't understand what the reincarnation power was. I still thought it was a law of the heavens. But now I finally understand. Reincarnation is the heavens. I threw the karma net in my hand into the sky to try to fish out my true self, to fish out my true self. Is this what it means? Wang Lin's mind rumbled. All of these thoughts appeared in an instant and occupied the peak of his mind. At this moment, he understood. Within his body, there was an additional strand of ethereal essences. That strand of essence was the reincarnation essence that he had comprehended. So it's like this. Wang Lin silently pondered as the giant foot descended. It was less than 1,000 feet tall, but at this moment, a strange sound squeezed in and echoed across the world. It was the sound of the wind. It was the ancient race heavenly song. That was the first of the 9 tunes. After that came the second, the third, and the 9th. It was the wind and thunder of heaven and earth, the viscera body, and the final bloodline tune. It echoed from the world, from Wang Lin's body, and from the heavens. The descending foot seemed to slow down due to the 9 songs. The beauty of this song was indescribable. It surrounded the world and spread in all directions. At the instant the 9 songs appeared, an image appeared in the sky. Golden sky, black earth. The golden sky and black earth seemed illusory and unreal, but they clearly appeared before Wang Lin. Gu Dao's mind trembled as he saw it. After the first sign appeared, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a silver light. This light was endless. It was the second sign. 9 songs and 3 signs, the first time Wang Lin appeared on Gu Dao, but it was incomplete. 1 song and 1 sign were missing. In the ancient Dao palace, the second time the 9 songs appeared, but 1 sign was still missing. Now, at the center of the vast basin, on the side of the sea storm, when Grand Empyrean Gu Dao's 1 Dao of the heavens descended, the 9 songs and 3 signs appeared for the 3rd time. However, this 3rd time, although the 9 songs were still complete, the 3rd sign still couldn't appear. It was as if there was still something missing, that crucial point. Wang Lin raised his head. He wasn't looking at the giant foot that seemed to have stopped 1,000 feet away, but at the void beyond the sky through the spell. His mind was now clear, and he also had a feeling of enlightenment. He knew what he was missing. Void, Avatar, descend completely and fuse with me. What he lacked was the recognition and method of being born from the void like the ancient ancestor and celestial ancestor. The moment his words echoed, there was a giant round stone in the void filled with law on the immortal astral continent. There was a figure sitting inside. He had been sitting here for hundreds of years. At this moment, he seemed to hear a call and suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly. He looked exactly the same as Wang Lin. He was Wang Lin's avatar in the void. The moment he opened his eyes, the rock he was on exploded with a bang. As it shattered, a large amount of crushed stones scattered in all directions like eggshells. The figure stood up, took a step forward, and disappeared without a trace. Immortal astral continent, vast basin, on the side of the sea storm. As Wang Lin's voice echoed, a person walked out from the vortex of the foot. This person took the third step. Under Gu Dao's shocked gaze, he saw this person walk before Wang Lin and overlap with Wang Lin's body. The moment they fused, Wang Lin let out a roar at the sky. This roar was heaven-shaking, and as it echoed, a strange change occurred. It was like the cry of a baby. The cry of the infant echoed out, filling the entire vast basin. When it reached the lands of the ancients, cracks appeared on the 3 statues of the ancient ancestors in the 3 imperial cities of the ancients. When it reached the celestial clan, cracks also appeared on the celestial ancestor statues in the ancestral city. Endless earth energy erupted in the ancient clan and condensed into a giant figure. It was the ancient ancestor. Earth energy filled the celestial clan and formed a second figure. It was the celestial ancestor. Ordinary people couldn't see these 2 figures. Only Grand Empyreans could feel them. At this moment, a third figure appeared in the vast basin. This figure surpassed the celestial ancient and charged into the sky. Gu Dao muttered, 9 songs, 3 signs. The third sign is the cry of a baby. Chapter 2066. 9 songs appeared in the sky, the wind and thunder of the world filled the body. The last song was the sound of the bloodline. The 3 signs appeared in the sky, the earth was black, the eyes were silver, and the sound of crying echoed. It was like a song, but it wasn't a song. There had been many legends about these 9 songs and 3 signs on the immortal astral continent for countless years. However, the root of every legend was that when the 9 songs and 3 signs appeared, either the celestial ancestor or the ancient ancestor would have an inheritor. At this moment, in the celestial ancestral city and the ancient clan's 3 imperial cities, cracks appeared on the celestial and ancient statues. At the center of the vast basin, on the side of the sea storm, Grand Empyrean Gu Dao personally saw this legendary scene. It was especially so at that moment. The huge figure formed by earthen aura in the land of the Ji clan looked as if it had died while looking at the sky. There was also another huge figure formed by earthen aura in the land of the immortals. These 2 figures seemed to support the world, but at the center of them was the third figure. The moment it appeared, light filled the sky. That figure belonged to Wang Lin. That figure was Wang Lin. A third existence outside the celestial and ancient. Wang Lin closed his eyes. When the avatar in the void fused with him, the sliver of celestial and ancient power in Wang Lin's body that should have taken 100 years to complete a cycle suddenly sped up and completed a cycle. It continued to accelerate, causing even more celestial luck to fuse to produce this strange power. Wang Lin vaguely understood that once his ethereal essence was complete and his true body appeared, the celestial and ancient powers in his body would fuse perfectly. From then on, there would be no celestial or ancient powers in his body, only his own power. At this time, he would have enough power to throw out the karma net into the reincarnation cycle and pull out his true self. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it was as if an eternity had passed. At this moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes. Above him, the giant foot formed by the ancient Dao spell seemed to have lost its binding power and descended on Wang Lin. When it was within 100 feet of him, Wang Lin let out a sigh. After fusing with the avatar in the void, the 9 songs and 3 signs appeared. At this moment, Wang Lin's cultivation level had surpassed all existences on the immortal astral continent. Even if the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor appeared, he would be qualified to fight. From now on, the immortal astral continent would belong to the legend of the celestial ancestor, but there would also be footprints belonging to Wang Lin. To the current Wang Lin, Gu Dao's spell was just someone who had grasped the heaven-trampling realm. He silently pondered, and when the giant foot was only 100 feet away, he raised his right hand and pointed at it. With this, the giant foot trembled and collapsed into countless fragments before Wang Lin. A gust of wind seemed to appear out of nowhere and scattered the fragments before Grand Emperor Gu Dao's eyes. Gu Dao silently pondered, and the ancient expression on his face became even more intense. There was a hint of exhaustion and relief. "I can't stop you, but I hope that in 300 years, when the Taiji God realm opens, you can step into that place from the ancient clan." Gu Dao looked at Wang Lin and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at Grand Emperor Gu Dao. A moment later, he nodded. "Thank you." Gu Dao closed his eyes. When he reopened them, his expression had returned to normal. Fog once again appeared around him, and in the end it enveloped his body. The fog swept in all directions and carried his body into the sky, heading in the direction of the Gu clan. Wang Lin looked at the direction Gu Dao left until there was no more fog. Only when the thunderous rumbles dissipated and the sea storm stopped. He withdrew his gaze and stepped toward the storm. After passing through the storm, he would step into the Celestial Clan's territory. It wouldn't be long before he stepped into the Celestial Clan. This battle ended when the two of them left. Ji Dao had lost this battle. From now on, the strongest person on the immortal astral continent no longer belonged to Gu Dao, but Wang Lin. However, aside from the few Grand Empyreans that were rushing over, no one else knew about this battle. On the 12th day after Wang Lin left, 7 rays of light came from opposite sides of the sea storm and turned into 7 people. These 7 people were the 7 Grand Empyreans of the immortal astral continent. They all knew each other and were in 2 different camps, but none of them had any thoughts of fighting. They all looked at this place and spread out their divine senses to observe. Then they silently pondered. Jiu Ti and company were inside the sea wall. They hadn't taken a step out of the sea wall and arrived at the ancient clan's territory, but this didn't affect their divine senses. Xian Luo closed his eyes. The moment his divine sense spread out, his body trembled. The battle here must have been heaven-shaking. Even after it ended, there were still changes to the law of the world. The ruins of this battle won't disappear for hundreds of years. Song Tian murmured. He also felt the shocking fluctuations of the law of the world. There was also the mysterious ancient Ji Grand Empyrean. He was wearing a mask, so it was impossible to see his appearance. One could only see that he was a man. He stood there with a hint of shock in his eyes. Who was Grand Emperor Gu Dao fighting against? But no matter who it was clear that Grand Emperor Gu Dao won. Could it be Wang Lin? Xian Luo opened his eyes. He was a bit uncertain. Inside the sea storm, the 4 Grand Empyreans from the Celestial Clan also silently pondered. They withdrew their divine senses and looked at the empty battlefield. They couldn't imagine what kind of battle had taken place here. It shouldn't be him. Dao Yi silently pondered. To be able to fight against Ji Dao and leave behind such a shocking battlefield. If I could see this battle with my own eyes, It would be an unimaginable help to my cultivation. Jiu-Ti let out a sigh. He was also wondering who the person fighting against Gu Dao was. Was it Wang Lin? Wu Feng looked at the battlefield with a complicated expression. The law of the world here had collapsed and the aura was chaotic. It was impossible to see everything clearly and gain nothing. In truth, the reason they had come here, aside from being shocked by the changes in the world caused by this battle, was because they wanted to see it with their own eyes. However, it was obvious that they couldn't do it now. Grand Empyrean Gemini, the two little girls, had fused into a beautiful woman. She remained silent, but even she was hesitant about the identity of the person fighting against Gu Dao. Time passed. The seven of them stopped here for one incense stick of time. Their gazes locked on each other, and the atmosphere gradually became oppressive and filled with killing intent. As the seven of them silently pondered, Jiu-Ti's eyes lit up and he suddenly said, "Three fellow cultivators from the Ji clan, the old man has a suggestion." After he spoke, Song Tian and company coldly looked over. "Our battle won't end in a short period of time, and the four of us won't step out of the sea storm, so there is no point in pointlessly attacking. I presume all of you came here with the intention of watching the battle, but the battle has already ended. The aura here is chaotic and the law of the world has shattered. According to the old man's calculations, in a few more days, this place will collapse and become a land of death. At that time, aside from the two people fighting here, no one else will have the ability to see the details of this battle. We will also lose the chance to watch. I have a spell that I'm confident that if the seven of us use it together, we can temporarily reverse the shocking battle here. We can allow our divine senses to enter this place and watch the battle with our own eyes. What do the three fellow Taoists think?" Jiu-Ti slowly said. After Jiu-Ti finished speaking, Wu Feng thought for a moment and then said, "The old man only wants to see that scene, nothing else. I can see the faith oath. I can also swear an oath." Dao Yi hesitated for a moment. He looked at Jiu-Ti and Wu Feng, then nodded. As for Gemini, she was silent for a moment and then agreed. Song Tian and company looked at each other. After pondering for a moment, they agreed. With their current cultivation bases and status, their words were more trustworthy. The three of them had their own methods, so they weren't worried about Jiu-Ti trying to trick them. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, the seven of them finished preparing. Jiu-Ti took out a jade slip and showed it to the six of them. Then they all performed a double-handed incantation and began to unleash the spell. 7 rays of light shone and surrounded the battlefield in layers. After a moment, a shocking bang reverberated in the air, and the 7 people stared at it without blinking. They gradually saw 2 figures appear within the layers of light on the battlefield. One was Grand Empyrean Gu Dao, whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly. The other person's appearance also couldn't be seen clearly, but the 7 of them immediately recognized him from his aura. Wang Lin! It really is him! The 7 of them trembled, but what they saw next caused them to be completely dumbfounded and reveal looks of disbelief. They saw Gu Dao's spell, saw Wang Lin's heaven-trampling step, saw Wang Lin's finger fall, the giant foot collapsed, and Gu Dao silently left. Gu Dao's appearance and his conversation with Wang Lin were not something the 7 of them could hear or see. However, just these scenes made the 7 of them feel like they couldn't breathe. After the scenes ended, the 7 of them silently pondered for a very long time. They knew that from now on, the sky of the immortal astral continent had changed. The strongest person on the immortal astral continent was no longer Gu Dao, but Wang Lin. Dao Yi's heart trembled. He was a Grand Empyrean, but he felt fear. Wang Lin's strength made him feel disbelief, but even more so, fear. Is it him? In Jiu-Ti's mind, the scene from 100 years ago when the spirit of the 72 continents roared at the sky and seemed to descend from the heavens. Second update, please double the monthly votes. Chapter 2067. While Jiu Ti and company were watching the battle, Wang Lin arrived at the Celestial Clan. He looked at the familiar land and felt a bit melancholy. Hundreds of years ago, I left this place and went to the Ji clan. Today I've returned. Wang Lin let out a sigh and his divine sense spread out toward the 72 continents of the Celestial Clan. A moment later, all 72 continents were within Wang Lin's divine sense. As his divine sense spread out, Wang Lin revealed a smile. With his cultivation level back then, he couldn't find his old friends like this. However, as the number one person on the immortal astral continent, he can do it. Zhou Yi and Qing Shuang's cultivation levels have increased. I wonder if he still has that pill. Wang Lin's divine sense swept by and didn't stop. This is Situ. Wang Lin's smile widened as if he had seen something. He should be Master Hong Shan. After reincarnating, he still looks the same. Zhou Ru. This child didn't embark on the path of cultivation. I wonder how many times he has reincarnated. Wang Lin looked into the distance with a gentle expression. Sure San. He was originally a very good person, and now his cultivation level is not bad. From the looks of it, he will soon. Big head, this pitiful person in the cave world uses his fierce appearance to hide his weakness. He is like this here. This is Shengong Hu? He actually became the sect master of a sect. Wang Lin was surprised. Is she Red Butterfly? That mark can't be wrong. Qing Lin. He didn't choose to cultivate but reincarnated several times like a mortal. Senior brother Shimizu. Wang Lin's expression suddenly became serious and he carefully looked toward the west. That was where he felt Shimizu was. However, the mark on Shimizu's body was almost undetectable. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin's cultivation level was far higher than before, he wouldn't have noticed it. If all of senior brother Shimizu's marks had disappeared, then even if my divine sense swept by, I wouldn't be able to find him among the countless people. Fortunately, there is still a trace of his mark. Wang Lin's divine sense continued to search the 72 continents of the Celestial Clan. He had done the same thing when he left the Ji clan, but he couldn't find any trace of his old friends. In his heart, there was a beautiful figure that made him feel complicated. That figure belonged to a woman named Li Qianmei. Nothing. Wang Lin's divine sense swept through the 72 continents of the Celestial Clan again and again. He found almost everyone except for her. Still nothing. Wang Lin couldn't remember how many times he had searched. He searched again and again, but the result was the same. He couldn't find Li Qianmei's mark, and he couldn't find her. It was just like when he searched the ancient land, he couldn't find her. How could she not be found? Wang Lin's expression could not remain calm. His body flickered and his divine sense spread out. This time, not only did he cover the Celestial Clan, he even covered the vast basin and the ancient clan. With his current cultivation level, he covered them all. He searched again and again, and his divine sense spread out again and again, but in the end, he still couldn't find Li Qianmei's mark. Wang Lin's face turned pale. He couldn't find her. Could there have been an accident during the reincarnation? Wang Lin felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He couldn't forget the woman named Li Qianmei, her pale face and gentle gaze. She had come to the immortal astral continent for him. For him, she had left her father and reincarnated alone. She had been waiting for the man she loved to find her and open up her memories. Impossible. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out once more. After an entire day, his divine sense swept every inch of the immortal astral continent, but in the end he found nothing. Wang Lin pressed his chest. He felt pain as he looked at the world and suddenly laughed. However, this laughter was filled with anger toward the heavens. You allowed me to find Li Muan's soul, but you made me lose Li Qianmei's figure. Is this a great fortune? Is this the will of the heavens playing with people? I don't believe I'll be able to find her. Wang Lin roared at the sky. His roar echoed for a long time and lingered. With teacher's help, the chance of an accident during the reincarnation isn't high. Now that I can't find her, the biggest possibility is that she recovered her memories earlier than senior brother Shimizu, causing the mark to disappear. Wang Lin closed his eyes. After analyzing this, he was almost certain that this was the case. With his eyes closed, he could vaguely see a woman in white in a strange place. She was looking up at the sky with tears in her eyes. She had long remembered her previous life, but she avoided it. Or perhaps she didn't want to see Wang Lin. The sky gradually darkened. Wang Lin stood in the air and opened his eyes. There was a hint of sadness and confusion in his eyes. He silently walked forward and slowly disappeared into the darkness. Celestial Clan, Western Continent, Cloud Wave Continent. In the northern part of the continent, there was a sect. This sect wasn't very big. It could only be considered a small sect in the Yuntao continent. Early in the morning, as many disciples were cultivating, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged in a secret room in the back mountain of the sect. This man's face was filled with determination and coldness. He was wearing black and had his eyes closed as he slowly cultivated. Ripples spread out from his body and shrouded the area. This revealed that his cultivation had reached the peak of the second step and was only one step away from the third step. As the fastest cultivation speed in the Golden Furnace sect in the past 1,000 years, he had a high reputation in the sect. In just 1,000 years, he had reached this level and was even personally taught by the head elder of the Golden Furnace sect. If it was just his cultivation level, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, this person was decisive and had a lot of fame in the Cloud Wave continent. He had even killed a third-step cultivator that had just entered the third step, causing his name to be known by many sections. In particular, his killing was even more decisive than some third-step almighties. 9 out of 10 people who fought with him would die at his hand. This slaughter not only made him the strongest among the younger generation in the Golden Furnace sect, but even some of the ordinary elders were frightened by the killing intent he exuded. His name was Wang Shi, stone as in stone. He was an orphan and didn't know who his parents were. He was picked up by an old Taoist from the Golden Furnace sect and grew up here. He only knew that when he cultivated, he would vaguely see a figure. That figure was very tall and gave him a familiar and warm feeling. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the appearance of that figure. In fact, at the very beginning, even this figure was blurry. As his cultivation level increased, this figure gradually became clearer. He had a feeling that if he could reach the third step, perhaps he would be able to see this figure clearly. This was the reason why he cultivated like crazy. Wang Shi. At this moment, as he was meditating, a voice came from outside the secret room. Shortly after, a ball of light flew over and spread out before him, turning into an illusory figure. It was an old man. The man opened his eyes and looked at the old man. He respectfully got up and bowed. "Greetings, head elder. You still don't want to call me teacher." The illusory figure frowned. This disciple made him feel very strange. He had wanted to take this person as a disciple, but this person had remained silent and didn't agree. This made him unhappy, but as time passed, this person's cultivation speed became faster and faster, which attracted his attention. He didn't consider taking this person as a teacher, but he still personally taught him spells. After many years, they had become teacher and disciple, but this Wang Shi still hadn't called him teacher. Wang Shi didn't know why, but he felt that his teacher wasn't the person before him, but he was confused about who it was. Forget it. Pack up and leave the mountain in 3 days. Go to the Dao Yun sect on my behalf to deliver the congratulatory gift. The illusory figure shook his head and gradually disappeared. Wang Shi respectfully nodded. After the illusory figure disappeared, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. After a long time, he let out a sigh and his expression was once again filled with determination. Just as he was about to continue sitting down, a sigh came from behind him. This sigh came too suddenly, causing Wang Shi's body to tremble. However, he didn't recklessly turn around. He knew that this person had arrived without him noticing, and even his teacher hadn't noticed, so this person's cultivation level was extremely high. "Who are you?" Wang Shi asked in a low voice. "Tell me, why are you called Wang Shi? Who gave you that name?" A gentle voice came from behind Wang Shi. When the voice entered Wang Shi's ears, his heart trembled for some reason. It was extremely familiar, as if some of his memories were about to awaken. His eyes couldn't help becoming confused as he subconsciously opened his mouth to speak. I'm an orphan. I gave myself this name. I think my surname should be Wang." The silence behind him caused Wang Shi's eyes to light up. He took this opportunity to turn around and saw a young man in white standing behind him. The young man had a head of white hair and was looking at him with a gentle gaze like an elder looking at a nephew. After seeing the appearance of the person before him, Wang Shi's body trembled and his mind rumbled. The figure in his dream appeared in his mind and gradually overlapped with this person. You. The confusion in his eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin let out a sigh and raised his right hand to point at the spot between Wang Shi's eyebrows. This caused Wang Shi's mind to tremble violently, and as the rumbling continued, his memory suddenly recovered. "Mas. Teacher. Shi-san greets teacher." Tears flowed down from the man's eyes, and he knelt down before Wang Lin without hesitation. His eyes were filled with excitement. The third night had erupted today, and there was one more night to go. Chapter 2068. In the northeast of the mountain continent, there was an endless mountain range. At the foot of the mountain range, not far from the official road, there was a village that looked like a peach garden. There weren't many people in the village, only a few hundred. Most of them were hunters who relied on hunting the wild beasts in the dense forest of the mountain range. This wasn't a village at all. In the beginning, it was just a wasteland for hunters to rest. It was unknown when it was, but a group of officials from the capital came here with their families. Slowly, as time passed, the place became like this. In the west of the village, there was a house surrounded by a fence. There were some chickens and ducks in the yard, and a teenage girl wearing patched linen clothes was feeding the poultry with a dustpan. Smoke rose from the chimney. It was early in the morning, and breakfast was being prepared in the house. "Mother, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that I became an immortal." The girl laughed happily as she fed the poultry. "Child, you're already so old. Why are you still fantasizing about becoming an immortal? When I was your age, I was already married to your father." A gentle voice came from the house. "That's because my father is the most powerful hunter in the village. I heard that there were many people who wanted to go on blind dates with my father." The girl giggled. Her expression was very cute. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she had a pure and cute temperament. "Girl, who did you hear that from?" A young woman walked out of the house. Her clothes were simple, but they couldn't hide her beauty. At this moment, she was glaring and pretending to be angry. In her hand was a spatula used for cooking. The girl was about to speak when a hearty laugh came from outside the door. "I said it." The door was pushed open, and a strong middle-aged man walked in. He had a bow and arrows on his shoulder, and he was carrying a dead small beast. There were dried bloodstains on his legs, but it was unknown whether they belonged to the small beast or him. "Father!" The girl's face was full of surprise. She quickly put down the dustpan and walked forward. "Wow, it's a leopard. Its fur is so beautiful. This is great." The girl's eyes lit up, and she jumped in joy. "Why did you go for so long this time? Normally, you would be back in 2 or 3 days." The young woman hurriedly walked over and helped the middle-aged man take down the small beast and the bow. The man rubbed the girl's head and said with a smile, "The girl said she wanted a good fur coat. On the way, we encountered this leopard beast and were delayed in our pursuit." What happened to your leg? The young woman saw the bloodstain on the man's leg and quickly bent down to look. There was a shallow scratch there. It's okay. With Little White here, the wild beasts in the mountain can't hurt me. As the man laughed, a black shadow suddenly rushed in from outside the gate and pounced on the girl. It stuck out its big tongue and licked her. It was a big black dog. It's just that it looks like a ferocious tiger. It's very shocking. This time, Little White learned to roar like a tiger in the mountains. Sometimes, I really don't understand whether it's a tiger or a dog. The man looked at the dog and smiled bitterly. Little White is so good, so obedient. When the girl heard this, she pushed the big black dog away and stroked its fur. The mutt seemed to be enjoying it very much. Its body fell down and its belly was exposed. As the girl laughed, she scratched its belly as if she was scratching an itch. It was so comfortable that it let out a series of cooing sounds. It sounded like a tiger. The family was so happy that they didn't notice a figure in white floating in the sky. Wang Lin looked down and saw the happiness of the family. When he saw the girl's smile, a smile also appeared on his face. Little White. I almost forgot that it was also brought here and reincarnated. I just didn't expect it to be reincarnated to intimidate the big dog. And from the looks of it, it has already become a spirit and has a good cultivation level. As Wang Lin smiled, the dog lying on the ground turned its eyes. It seemed to see Wang Lin in the sky and revealed a startled expression. That expression instantly turned into fear. The big dog blinked its eyes and even its cooing stopped. Oh? You recognized me? Wang Lin looked at the dog and saw the fear in its eyes. His smile widened. However, the dog's abnormality didn't attract the attention of the family. That was because the girl was looking at her father and talking intimately. Dad, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that I became an immortal. Yes, an immortal is good. Little girl, you will definitely become an immortal in the future. The man smiled. I don't want to be an immortal. I feel like I've been an immortal my whole life, but I'm not happy. I've never been happy. Instead, I'm happy now. I'm just dreaming. In any case, I don't want to become an immortal. I want to be with Dad and Mom for the rest of my life. There was a hint of seriousness in the girl's words. Her words caused Wang Lin to pause. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes as he looked at the girl's happy smile and then at the peaceful mountain village. After a long time, Wang Lin took one last deep look and then disappeared into the sky. Perhaps this kind of life is what she wants. That night, the girl had another dream. In that dream, she seemed to have another name. She was called Zhou, and there was a black tiger next to her called Whitey. She always liked to bully the tiger and make it stand on its head. She also had an uncle who was like a relative to her. In the dream, the uncle asked her if she wanted to leave with him. She was silent for a long time. After thinking about it for a long time, she told the uncle who was like a relative that she wanted to stay here. That night, the dog also had a dream. It dreamed that it had become an all-powerful tiger in the world of beasts. It was served by countless female tigers and beasts. It was a very enjoyable life. It also dreamed that a man in white appeared in front of it. It knew this man. It was the detestable fellow who had captured it all those years ago. The man gave it some delicious medicinal pills, patted its head, and then left. One day, when Zhou wants to pursue her dream, open her memories. After the man left, these words lingered in the dog's mind and lingered for a long time. Due to the immortal's large ancestral city in the central continent, one could see the sun and moon alternating at the same time. At this moment, the location of the imperial palace in the ancestral city was shrouded in darkness, but it was not dark. There were many lights flashing in the palace. The entire palace was silent. A lonely figure walked out from the darkness and looked down at the imperial palace. He stood there for a long time before he took a step forward. The lights in the imperial palace flickered as he descended, and they became even more hazy. It was as if different spaces were overlapping and forming a shadow. It wasn't until this person stepped onto the square of the palace that the lights slowly returned to normal. Wang Lin looked at this place. Back then, he had almost died here, and he couldn't take the madman away. He could only watch as the madman turned into a mountain and became an existence that suppressed the 72 continents and fell into eternal slumber. When I left, I made a vow that when I return, I will awaken the madman. No one will be able to stop me, Wang Lin murmured as he took a step toward the ground. With that one step, the ground of the entire palace trembled without anyone noticing. What trembled wasn't the actual ground, but the overlapping space. Wang Lin's surroundings became a blur. His figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the underground palace. The entire underground palace was hazy, and it was almost the same as when he arrived. However, of the many mountains on the ground, only one remained. This mountain pierced the sky and was extremely majestic. Standing outside the mountain, Wang Lin felt the sleeping madman inside. There were countless restrictions and seals inside and outside the mountain. Even a grand Empyrean would need a long time to break them. Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved at the mountain. The mountain rumbled and rapidly collapsed. Large amounts of rubble fell off, and in the blink of an eye, the mountain shrank. All the seals and restrictions disappeared with a wave of Wang Lin's hand. When the mountain collapsed, the madman's body appeared. He was quietly lying there with his eyes closed. He was asleep, and there were grand Empyrean fluctuations coming from his body. Wang Lin walked forward and arrived next to the madman. He squatted down and looked at the sleeping madman. He raised his right hand and pointed to the spot between the madman's eyebrows. The madman's body trembled. Wang Lin closed his eyes and his divine sense spread out into the madman's body to wake him up. Time slowly passed, and half an hour passed. Wang Lin opened his eyes and revealed a complicated expression as he looked at the madman. After pondering a bit, he slowly said, "If you really make this decision, then I choose to respect it. You take care." Wang Lin stood up and let out a sigh. He flew into the sky and disappeared from the underground palace. After Wang Lin left, the madman opened his eyes and looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to for a long, long time. "I've been muddle-headed my entire life. I've been crazy my entire life. But in the end, I'm still a descendant of the celestial ancestor. Lian Daozhen is already dead. If I leave, the celestial clan will have no emperor. I also want to leave this place, leave the immortal astral continent, but since I have the celestial ancestor's inheritance, I have the backbone to bear. This is my responsibility. I've thought it through during my sleep." The madman sat up and revealed a rare sense of determination as he bitterly muttered, "Protect the celestial clan and pass down the inheritance for generations. When the day comes that I no longer need to force myself due to my responsibility, Wang Lin, I'll go find you." The madman stood up. He was wearing a royal robe and a crown. There was no trace of madness on his face, and he now had the majesty of a celestial emperor. The fourth night has ended. Fellow cultivators, do you still have monthly votes? Chapter 2069. Wang Lin respected the madman's decision. Everyone had their own responsibility. This was something Wang Lin knew. He didn't have the right to decide the madman's responsibility. As a friend, he had already done his best to awaken the madman. As for what to do next, there was no need for Wang Lin to tell him. Wang Lin also had a path he wanted to walk. He wanted to return to the cave world, to Suzaku, to the place where he grew up. Perhaps the next time I meet the madman will be 300 years from now. Wang Lin walked into the distance. Although he had the strongest cultivation level in the immortal astral continent, there were some things he was still confused about, like the immemorial god realm, Tian Yunzi, and Wan Er's resurrection. Walking under the vast sky, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't know if the people he was looking for really wanted to awaken their memories, or if they really wanted to follow him back to the cave world. Perhaps forgetting the past and starting the reincarnation cycle on the immortal astral continent is the best choice for them. Wang Lin murmured. Zhou Ru's hair appeared before his eyes. This was Zhou Ru's choice. I can't use my will to replace their choice. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He stopped and looked into the distance. That was where Situnan was. The country of Wu Xian was a mortal country located in the northern part of the central continent, in the Heavenly Wax continent. There were 4 mortal countries in the Heavenly Wax continent, and there was constant friction between them. Although there were no major wars, there were small skirmishes at the border. However, the 4 empires had a lot of control over this, so the scale of the skirmishes hadn't expanded too much. There was a large amount of troops stationed at the border between the country of Wu Xian and the country of Zhou Lin. The barracks were densely packed and filled with a mortal killing intent. In the direction of the country, outside the main gate of the military camp, there were thousands of armored soldiers standing in a straight line with their chests puffed out and their heads held high. There were also a few people who were obviously generals and civil officials standing there, looking into the distance as if waiting for something. Not long after, the sound of horse hooves could be heard coming from the public road in front of them. When they got close, they saw a group of black horses charging towards them like a whirlwind. They passed through the thousands of soldiers and stopped several tens of feet in front of the generals. The horses neighed and raised their front hooves. They stopped abruptly, and a person immediately jumped down from the horse. This person was also wearing armor. After landing, he knelt on one knee and cupped his fist. Report! Southern King's patrol squad is already 100 li away. The soldier's voice was loud and clear. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head in silence, waiting for orders. Continue to investigate. The vanguard is to meet the Southern Prince's patrol 100 miles away. Among the generals and civil officials, there was an old man who gave off a sense of majesty without being angry. He was clearly at the center of the group, and at this moment, his eyes lit up and he immediately spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man next to him stepped forward, clasped hands and bowed, then turned and left. Behind him, more than 10,000 soldiers charged out of the camp on their war horses, kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped away. Beside the old general, a civil official revealed a worried expression and slowly said, "General, I'm afraid Southern King's intentions are not good. Rumor has it that Southern King knows how to enjoy life and is very luxurious. Almost everyone is afraid of him. I also heard that Southern King has a large number of wives and concubines. He built his own palace and is even more." The person who spoke hesitated for a moment but didn't finish his sentence. The old general remained silent, as if he did not hear the words of the people beside him. He stood there without saying a word, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. As the cold light flashed, a wave of killing intent spread out, causing the old general to be filled with a domineering aura. As the general of the border, he controlled nearly 500,000 troops, and he wasn't a member of the royal family, so he would naturally be envied by others. If it wasn't for the fact that the Mu Xian country couldn't do without this old general who had won hundreds of battles, he would have long since been stripped of his armor and returned to the fields. Rumor has it that Southern King is extremely arrogant and cares a lot about his status. If the scale of his welcome isn't large, he won't like it. General, should we send some more people? General, I also think we should send some more people to welcome him. Since Southern King likes to show off, then we should send 10,000 troops to welcome him. We should set up a 50-kilometer street and let him see the might of a weak army. General, there is no need to hesitate. This Southern King is a despicable person who always likes to target General. For someone like him, we should. The old general frowned and raised his right hand. The surroundings suddenly became quiet and everyone's gazes gathered on him. It could be seen that his prestige was irreplaceable in the camp. My soldiers are all heroes of the last few decades. I don't agree to let them welcome Southern King. The front of the camp is F people, and it is enough for the old man to be here. The old general's voice was decisive and didn't allow the slightest objection. After he spoke, everyone around him became serious and clasped their hands. Southern King. The old general looked into the distance and let out a cold snort in his heart. He hated the term Southern King. In his mind, the person who was about to arrive was not worthy of being called Southern King. 100 miles away, a luxurious carriage that was at least 100 feet wide was leading a long procession of carriages along the official road. The distance between the carriages was nearly 1 mile. Around these carriages, there were martial artists dressed in ordinary clothes, proudly following them. Bursts of music came from the 100-foot-long carriage, along with the laughter of some women. It seemed like the carriage was very lively. Good dance, this king will reward you." A man's voice rang out amidst the laughter. In fact, there were even some moans coming from the carriage. The guards were already used to these sounds, so they didn't care at all. After traveling a few more kilometers, a green-robed manservant who was sitting beside the huge carriage suddenly opened his eyes and let out a sharp voice. "Southern King has ordered for the troops to stop." As he spoke, the long line of carriages gradually came to a stop. Charming women walked out from the huge carriages in front of them. Not a single one of these women wasn't an outstanding beauty, but their clothes were disheveled. It was clear that they had only just put them on. All of them had tired expressions on their faces. After they got off the carriages, they walked toward the carriages at the back. There were a lot of women, there were dozens of them. It was difficult to imagine that all of them were inside the 100-foot-long carriage. As they left, several dozen charming women walked out from the carriages behind them. As if they were substitutes, they replaced the people who had left and boarded the carriages once more. Soon, as the carriages continued to move forward, the music, the sound of moaning, and the man's laughter could be heard once more. As the long line of carriages moved forward, it wasn't long before the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The 1,000-plus soldiers from the front camp appeared to welcome them. When they saw that only these people had come to welcome them, a cold snort came from the 100-foot carriage. However, they didn't stop and continued to move forward under the protection of these people. 2 hours later, the group of luxurious carriages gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes, accompanied by the sound of silver panting and panting. As they got closer, the moans became even clearer, so all the soldiers in the world could hear them. This caused the old general to frown and revealed displeasure in his eyes. He snorted and strode forward. Behind him, there were many civil officials following him, bringing with them a murderous aura. His arrival caused all the guards outside the carriage to become nervous. They could feel the murderous aura from the old imperial general. This murderous aura made them tremble in fear. "Stop, King Nan." Although the guards were terrified, they still quickly moved forward. The green-robed manservant standing on the carriage stood up and let out a sharp voice. "Who are you?" Before the servant could finish speaking, a middle-aged man appeared beside the old general. There was a flash of ferocity in his eyes, and he let out a roar. The moment he spoke, the gazes of all the soldiers gathered on the servant. An invisible killing intent shrouded the lonely servant, causing his face to turn pale, and he didn't dare to speak. "See, Nan. What are you doing?" When the old general closed in, a low roar suddenly came from within the carriage. As his uncle spoke, the silver-minced sounds came to an abrupt stop. The old man gave off a sense of might without being angry. He stood 100 feet away from the carriage and slowly said, "This old general, Si Nan, is here to greet King Nan." After a moment of silence, the curtain was lifted, and a middle-aged man walked out. The man's eyes were slightly dark, and he looked like he had been hollowed out by wine and women. He stood on the carriage and stared at the old general. A gloomy look flashed through his eyes, and he suddenly smiled. You are indeed worthy of being my Wu Xian's great general Sinan. With the great general at the border, I, Wu Xian, will be safe. This king is here to reward the soldiers at the border. Oh? Then let's enter the camp, please. The old general looked at Nan Wang with an indifferent expression. However, his gaze gave Diao Wang an enormous amount of pressure, especially when everyone present was filled with killing intent and iciness. Sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. No. This king is fine outside, there is no need to go in. King Nan squeezed out a smile and quickly said. No one here knew that Wang Lin, who was in the sky, had seen everything clearly. Wang Lin stood in the sky, and his gaze was always on one person. That person was the old general, Si Nan. He didn't become a king, but instead became a great general. I wonder what he will think when his memories from his previous life are unlocked. Wang Lin revealed a smile, and it was a very happy smile. First update. If you have a monthly vote, please vote for the Renegade Immortal. If you have a monthly vote, please vote for Earroot. Chapter 2070. Late at night, the dim torches flickered in the military camp. There were also groups of soldiers patrolling the area, making the entire military camp seem impregnable. There was also a sense of order to it. Outside the camp, there was no singing. Instead, it was quiet. Many of the tents had already extinguished their lights. Only a few were still lit, and silhouettes could be seen in the flickering lights. The commander's tent in the middle was brightly lit, and there were many soldiers standing guard around it. In the commander's tent, old General Si Nan stood next to a map. He frowned and looked at it intently. He was the only one in the tent, and it was very quiet all around. Only the occasional sound of burning candles could be heard. King Nan. Humph, how can someone like him be called King Nan? The old general looked at the map and sneered. He couldn't explain why, but he had a strange feeling about being called King Nan. It was as if no one in the world was worthy of being called King Nan. Oh? Then who is worthy of being called King Nan? A joking voice came from behind the old general. The old general's body trembled, but he recovered in an instant. He turned around and saw a white-robed, white-haired young man standing not far away, smiling at him. Before the old man becomes King Wei, no one is worthy of being called King Nan. There was not a trace of panic in the old general's expression. Instead, he sat there calmly. Sit. The old general pointed to the front. Wang Lin looked at him with admiration in his eyes. It was rare for the old general to be so calm in the face of a stranger who had suddenly appeared in the commander's tent without any memories. In particular, this calmness was not feigned, but genuine calmness. Wang Lin faintly smiled and sat down opposite of the old general. Do you have wine? Wang Lin asked with a smile. How can there be no wine in the army? The old general laughed and shouted outside the tent in front of Wang Lin. Someone, bring the wine. A respectful voice came from outside the tent. A moment later, a few soldiers walked into the tent. When they saw Wang Lin, these soldiers were stunned, especially the guards outside. Their expressions changed greatly. They did not see anyone enter this place. The old general's expression was normal as he waved his hand and said, "Put down the wine and leave." The guards silently placed down a few jars of wine beside the old general and Wang Lin before retreating one by one. General Si Nan has great willpower. Wang Lin picked up a jar of wine and took a big gulp. Sir, you were able to come here without a sound. Even if these soldiers attack, they won't be able to stop you. What's the point of staying here? As the old general spoke, he picked up a jar of wine, removed the seal, and drank a lot of it in large gulps. The smile on Wang Lin's face became even wider. He was really happy. It could even be said that he had rarely been this happy since coming to the immortal astral continent. This was different from when he obtained Li Muan's soul fragment or when he was with Xian Luo. This was the feeling of meeting an old friend. It was an indescribable feeling. This feeling made him very relaxed and happy. Figures flashed outside the tent, and footsteps could be heard. In the time it took to say a few words, the tent was already surrounded by countless soldiers. All the generals had arrived, and they looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they did not dare to casually enter the tent, and could only surround it tightly. They were all nervous, but their killing intent didn't lessen at all. Instead, it condensed into a monstrous killing intent that made the countless torches in the camp dim. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost dawn. These soldiers had been outside for almost an entire night. If not for the laughter coming from inside the tent, they would have already rushed in. However, the sound of that laughter made them even more confused. Interesting, Sir Wang has gone to so many places. The old man of the mountain sea has heard of it, but it is too far for us mortals to go. The old general let out a sigh as he put down an empty jar, picked up another, and drank a mouthful. If you want to, you can. Wang Lin drank the spicy wine as he looked at his old friend and smiled. Oh? Sir Wang should be a cultivator. The old general's eyes lit up. Wang Lin nodded. He didn't speak and continued to drink. Time passed once more. When dawn arrived and a white line appeared over the horizon, the sun gradually rose and the darkness dissipated. Wang Lin and the old general had been drinking all night. During this night, Wang Lin talked a lot. He talked about his experiences on the immortal astral continent, the heavenly bull continent, the devil scorpion continent, the ancestral city, and even everything he had experienced in the G-clan. When he talked about finding Li Muan's soul fragment, tears flowed out. When he talked about killing the ancient Tao Emperor and using his life to repay his teacher's kindness, his expression became dim. He talked a lot until he left the ancient clan and returned to the celestial clan. The old general listened. He couldn't imagine what kind of identity this person had. If everything he had said was true, then this person must be an amazing person on the immortal astral continent. But why would such a person come to his tent in the middle of the night, drink with him, and say these things to him? In the old general's mind, the person in front of him seemed to slowly become familiar, as if this familiarity had always been hidden in the depths of his memories, and at this moment it was revealed. When he saw the tears and sadness, he didn't know why, but he felt the same. It was as if he had personally seen the story between this person and Li Muan. I can't find Li Qianmei. Sidhu, I searched for a long time, but in the end I still couldn't find her. Wang Lin muttered as he bitterly drank wine. There were some things he couldn't say to others, but he could talk about them with Sidhu. Sidhu. Who is it? The old general's expression became complicated. He had heard this name many times from Sidhu. Wang Lin put down the empty wine jar and picked up another one. Throughout the night, they had ordered people to deliver wine several times. I have a good friend named Sidhu, Wang Lin murmured as he looked at the old general. The old general was confused as he looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "To be able to become your good friend, I believe this person named Sidhu is also a cultivator." Wang Lin's face was filled with reminiscence as he softly said, "He is a cultivator who wants to become a king. If you want to hear his story, you have to start at a place called Suzaku, a rank 3 cultivation country called Zhao." Wang Lin's voice echoed inside the tent. The old general silently listened, and the confusion in his eyes became even stronger. Time passed. When morning arrived and the world was bright, Wang Lin's voice was still muttering. Li Qianmei, Sidhu Nan, Shimizu. They all reincarnated on the immortal astral continent. I left a mark on them. This is the only way to find them. Wang Lin took a sip of wine as he looked at the old general and smiled. The old general silently pondered and his body trembled. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. "I'm Sidhu Nan?" He looked at Wang Lin and his voice was filled with hesitation. Wang Lin looked at the old general and slowly nodded. "You're Sidhu Nan, I'm Wang Lin." Wang Lin. The old general muttered, and after a long time, he began to laugh. As he laughed, tears flowed out. He originally wouldn't believe this, but the feeling from his soul, the familiarity of the person before him, and the things Wang Lin had told him about the cave world, forced him to believe it. He also didn't believe that a celestial would deceive a mortal like him. That means I have reincarnated many times on the immortal astral continent. In this reincarnation, I'm Situ Nan, the commander-in-chief of Wu Xian. As he laughed, even more tears flowed out of the old general's eyes. He believed all of this, but because he believed it, he found it difficult to accept. Some of the 500,000 soldiers outside the tent have followed me since their grandfather's generation. After their grandfather died in battle, their fathers continued to serve me. There are even some who followed me day after their fathers died in battle. Now you're telling me that I'm Situ Nan, a Situ Nan who wants to become a king. If I'm not the Wu Xian state's General Situ Nan, then what are they going to do? As the old general spoke, the tent flap was suddenly opened. Just as the soldiers were about to rush in, the old general let out a roar and drove them out. Reincarnation! Reincarnation! How many fetters are there in one reincarnation? I've reincarnated several times. The old general slumped in his chair and looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. He then revealed a bitter smile. I'm sorry. This was my own choice. I chose to reincarnate on the immortal astral continent. It has nothing to do with you. Wang Lin silently pondered as he continued to drink, one mouthful at a time. Help me open the memories of my previous life. The old general continued to drink until he drank 3 jars. His eyes were bloodshot and he was drunk. He looked at Wang Lin and spoke with determination. When night arrived once more, Wang Lin left the commander-in-chief's tent. He had a complicated expression as he looked back at the commander-in-chief's tent below. The old general walked out and looked up at him. Wang Lin, once this old man has no more regrets in this reincarnation, I'll come find you for Queen Nan, the old general said loudly. His voice was filled with a domineering and bold aura. Wang Lin revealed a smile. His laughter became louder and louder until he laughed as well. Situ, once you're done being a king, I'll wait for you to come and then we'll get drunk. Wang Lin turned around and disappeared into a ray of light. Brats, gather the troops. First, bring that damn King Nan for this old man. This old man has long been annoyed with him. Damn it, he dares to call himself King Nan. This old man has thought it through. This old man wants to be King Nan. The old general seemed a lot younger as he laughed wildly. Second update. I recommend a book. The Legend of Tribulation Cultivators, book number 217-2811. The author is very serious. Although he hasn't signed a contract, he has been persevering. Chapter 2071. Reincarnation. Just what is reincarnation? I already understood that reincarnation is heaven, but in truth, reincarnation has more meaning than heaven. As Wang Lin walked in the sky, the figures of Zhou Ru, Situ Nan, and the madman kept appearing in his mind. The madman's experience might not be reincarnation, but Zhou Ru's choice and Situ Nan's choice are reincarnation. They didn't choose to leave but chose to fuse into this place because they have too many fetters, too many worries, and they are unwilling to part with them. Zhou Ru is unwilling to part with her parents and family, and Situ Nan is unwilling to part with the soldiers that have followed him for his entire life. It is as Situ said, each reincarnation is a lifetime, and there are many worries in each lifetime. How can they be cut off just like that? This is the power of reincarnation. It can make people unable to extricate themselves from it, or perhaps they don't want to extricate themselves. A dazed look appeared in Wang Ba's eyes, and within that daze, he seemed to have gained some understanding. Reincarnation is heaven, and it is also a mirror. The self in the mirror is reincarnation. The daze in Wang Lin's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced with clarity. His understanding of reincarnation was gradually approaching perfection thanks to Zhou Ru and Situ Nan. I wonder what the other people's choices will be. Wang Lin looked into the distance, sighed, and walked away. In the land of the Celestials, in the territory of the northern continent, there was a mountain range with a dense forest. This place looked extremely dangerous, and there was a winding road below it that looked like a slit in the sky. There was a cave abode there, and there was no one around it. Only birds and beasts lived there, but after this cave appeared many years ago, no beasts dared to come here. The inside of the cave abode was extremely luxurious. Under the illumination of countless night pearls, the cave abode was very bright, but this brightness was due to the quietness of the place. At that moment there was a cultivator sitting in the main room of the cave abode. This cultivator didn't look very old and had the appearance of a dwarf, but he had a large head. Compared to his large head, his body appeared extremely thin and small, as if he was very uncoordinated. The large-headed cultivator's expression was grim as he began to do breathing exercises, causing the entire Immortal's cave to be filled with an awe-inspiring aura. Big head. As the cultivator meditated, a voice suddenly echoed in the cold cave. The cultivator's mind trembled and he opened his eyes. The moment he did so, he spat out a ray of green light without any hesitation. The ray of green light let out a piercing howl and charged toward a white figure that had appeared in the cave abode. Wang Lin had a strange expression on his face. That green light was a ferocious centipede, and before it even got close, a fishy smell assaulted his face. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the centipede. The centipede's body instantly froze, and it floated there motionlessly. The big-headed cultivator's face was filled with shock. He had placed the centipede inside his nascent divinity and refined it. Even someone with a higher cultivation base than him would be trapped by the centipede, giving him enough time to escape. Ji attacked again. But now, he was so easily frozen in midair by the person before him. He couldn't even tell what kind of divine ability the person was using. Ma Tao, if you insist on killing me, it won't do. The big-headed cultivator let out a miserable roar as a large amount of fog spread out from his body. His body flickered as he tried to escape. Ma Tao. Wang Lin was startled. He pointed at the fog with his right hand and a ray of crystalline light pierced through it. Just as the big-headed cultivator was about to escape, the ray of light landed between his eyebrows. The big-headed cultivator's body trembled and his eyes were filled with confusion. All sorts of memories flashed through his mind. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand made a grasping motion. Immediately, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth gathered in Wang Lin's hand and formed a sword. A sword. This sword was formed by the energy of heaven and earth. It was formed by Wang Lin's faith spell. It could be considered a precious treasure. With a swing of his hand, the small sword flew into the fog and stabbed into a wall. Wang Lin looked deeply at the big-headed cultivator who was trying to recall his memories. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with gentleness. He waved his sleeve and the energy of heaven and earth gathered. It turned into a large amount of pills and placed them into a gourd. After placing it on the side, Wang Lin turned to leave. After a long time, the mist dissipated and Big Head walked out, a complicated expression on his face. He sat there, staring blankly at the empty cave. After a long time passed, he looked up and murmured, "I'm not dead yet. Master." He saw the sword that shocked him and the gourd filled with dense heaven and earth energy. Tears flowed down from his eyes. In a different continent in the northern continent, a ray of light that was several inches long flew through the sky. A ray of crystalline light came from the distance. As the cultivators stared in shock, the ray of light disappeared among them. No one noticed that when the crystalline light dissipated, it was in that bundle. His gaze flickered as it fell into the midst of the group of cultivators. It was the red-robed boy's forehead. The boy's body shook, and the sealed memories in his mind slowly awakened. The group of cultivators were bewildered, but after a brief discussion, they continued to move forward. The red-robed boy's eyes were filled with confusion. Several hours later, when the group of cultivators were resting on a mountain peak, the confusion in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with a complicated and dazed look. "I'm Master Hong Shan." The boy in red looked at the sky and slowly smiled. He took a deep breath and looked at the land before him. His heart was filled with excitement. Eastern continent, in the South Anai continent that Wang Lin had visited before, there was a very small sect. This sect didn't have many cultivators, only a few thousand. The location of the sect wasn't very good, and the spiritual energy here wasn't very dense. In particular, after the Celestial Clan's Grand Empyreans and Celestial Emperors issued an edict telling the entire Celestial Clan to prepare for war, a small sect like this could no longer remain calm. They had to attach themselves to larger sects in order to continue existing. The war was about to begin, and it would be difficult for a small sect like this to continue surviving in the future war between the Celestials and ancient times. As the sect master of this sect, Shun Bao's cultivation level was extraordinary, and he was very anxious. He didn't know where his future was, and he didn't know if his sect would still exist after hundreds of years. It wasn't easy for him to climb to his current position and become the sect master of a sect. He didn't want to give up, but there was only one path before him, and that was to attach himself to a larger sect. However, depending on who he attached himself to and what he chose, there would be different consequences, and most of them were equally serious. The elders in the sect had different opinions than him, and there seemed to be signs of a split in who to attach himself to. While Shun Bao was worrying, a white-haired young man in white walked up from the foot of the mountain. He was Wang Lin. Wang Lin found Shun Bao, and several hours later, Wang Lin left. When he left, Shun Bao stood outside the temple and looked at the sky with confusion in his eyes. After a long time, that confusion slowly disappeared and was replaced with determination. During this period of time, Wang Lin saw almost all of his old friends in the cave world. For some, he chose to unlock the memories of their previous lives, and for others, Wang Lin gave them the right to choose. However, no matter what, Wang Lin would still leave behind some life-saving treasures for the people in the cave. In other words, these people all belonged to the Seven Dao sect. The Sun-Moon sect was the strongest sect in the Sky-Fong continent. It had hundreds of thousands of people and was the #1 sect in the Sky-Fong continent. It was also one of the 9 great sects of the Eastern continent, the Shursan sect. In the past 1,000 years, many geniuses had appeared in the Sun-Moon sect, but none of them could compare to a woman named Qing Hong. This woman's talent could be said to be hard to find even in 10,000 years. She became a disciple of the Sun-Moon sect hundreds of years ago, and in just a short few hundred years, she had become a third-step cultivator and reached the peak of Nirvana Void. She was only one step away from becoming a Spirit Void cultivator. This naturally had a lot to do with the Sun-Moon sect's full support, but it also showed how precious this woman was in the eyes of the Sun-Moon sect. In particular, the head elder of the Sun-Moon sect was in closed-door cultivation all year round and had the cultivation of a box sovereign. Rumor had it that she already had the power of an Empyrean Exalt, but she didn't try the Empyrean trial. That person had personally taken the woman as his disciple. Every few years, he would come out of seclusion to give her some pointers on cultivation. There was even a time when he would bring the woman into his seclusion to cultivate with him. In the Sun-Moon sect, this woman was known as the Holy Daughter. Countless people in the sect looked up to her, and because of her unrivaled beauty, she became the object of love for many disciples. However, this woman was too outstanding, shocking like a swan. Moreover, her temperament was extremely cold. In the past several hundred to close to 1,000 years, she had never chosen a Tao companion. However, the more she acted like this, the more the disciples admired her. In particular, the children of the elders and the disciples who thought they were qualified never stopped pursuing this woman. On this day, the woman called Qing Hong walked out from seclusion. Outside, dark clouds filled the sky, and there was the rumbling of thunder, as if rain could fall at any time. The sound of thunder made it difficult for her to calm down, as if something was about to happen. She stood outside her own immortal's cave, gazing at the dark clouds in the sky and the colorful colors in the rain. Her eyes were filled with confusion. A beautiful butterfly flew over from afar, fluttering in the wind in front of the woman, attracting her attention. She liked the color red and butterflies. Everyone in the sect only knew about her first preference, but no one knew about her second preference. Looking at the fluttering butterflies, the confusion in the beautiful woman's eyes deepened. Just like the other reincarnated people, her dreams were often filled with haziness. She always felt like she didn't belong in this world. This feeling made her indifference different from others. Thunder rumbled, and rainwater poured down, sprinkling onto the great earth, mixing with the mountain wind and forming a curtain of rain. She was wearing a red dress. From afar, she looked like a red butterfly. Together with the butterfly in front of her, they seemed to be drifting away with the wind and the mountain wind and the water, as if no one cared about them. Red butterfly. A soft voice came from behind the woman. I can't write 4 chapters today. These 3 chapters are getting slower and slower. Tomorrow I will at least write 3 chapters. I will try to write the 4th chapter. Chapter 2072. Within the curtain of rain and the sound of the rain, the gentle voice was like a soft murmur as it spread out. It seemed to fuse together with the sound of the rain, forming a dreamlike voice that came from the past. The butterfly by Ching Hong's side landed in her palm. She held it gently, shielding it from the wind and rain. It was as if she was that butterfly. However, it was unknown who in this world would be able to shield her from the same kind of wind and rain. She turned around and saw a stranger dressed in white under an oilpaper umbrella. Red butterfly. This name is very beautiful. Ching Hong looked at the white-haired young man and smiled faintly. As her smile bloomed, she looked like a proud and aloof rose that had bloomed on its own. If you like, you can become Red Butterfly. Wang Lin looked at the beautiful woman before him, and the scenes from the cave world on the Suzaku reappeared in his eyes. The woman smiled but didn't speak. She looked at Wang Lin and their gazes met in the wind and rain for a long time. Ching Hong looked at Wang Lin and softly said, I have seen you. In the dream, when I reached the 3rd step, I saw you. Do you believe in reincarnation? Wang Lin's gaze moved away from the woman and looked at the rain in the sky. The woman asked, Do you believe in reincarnation? Wang Lin paused for a long time and then nodded. I believe. The woman turned around and looked at the rain and softly said, If even the white-haired ascendant Empyrean believes it, then I believe it as well. I always felt that I was waiting for someone to give me an answer. When I reached the 3rd step, I knew the person I was waiting for was you. Reincarnation. I always wondered if I had a previous life. Otherwise, why would I like the color red and the butterfly? I also always thought that liking something doesn't come out of nowhere. There must be a reason. If it's not the cause of this life, then it must be the cause of my past life. My past life was called Red Butterfly, right? The woman didn't turn around and her voice was calm. But in my dream, it seems that there was another life in my previous life. In that life, I also saw you. Wang Lin was stunned. In that life, I remember that you asked me a question. It's a question that I've only obtained the answer to now. Do you want to hear it? Ching Hong looked at the horizon and spoke softly. What question did I ask you? Wang Lin was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. Are you willing to retain the memories of this life, or restore the memories of your previous life? Ching Hong turned around and looked at Wang Lin. In her beautiful eyes, there was a light that Wang Lin couldn't see through. The previous life and this life can coexist, but after recovering the memories of the previous life, there will be many more things to worry about in this life. If I don't recover them, I won't know, but if I know, I won't be able to forget. This is my understanding. Ching Hong's voice was a bit melancholic as she muttered softly. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at the woman in front of him and asked, "How did you answer me back then?" Qing Hong revealed a complicated expression as she muttered, "Forget the past and only keep the present. If you persist on, then reincarnation after reincarnation is a type of pain, and also a type of confusion." "I understand." Wang Lin softly sighed. He knew that Red Butterfly had recalled some things. However, the previous life within the previous life she spoke of shocked Wang Lin. He thought back to when he was in Suzaku's dream dao. In that pavilion under the same curtain of rain, he saw a woman holding a baby girl and arriving before him. In that curtain of rain, there was a red butterfly sheltering from the rain under the leaves. When the woman asked him to give the baby girl a name, he said the two words, "Red Butterfly." Wang Lin silently turned and walked into the distance. He knew Red Butterfly's choice. "I've already forgotten a lot of the memories of that life. I only remember you and this question, and another person. He said something to you. I still remember these words." Qing Hong closed her eyes and her voice was gentle. "What words?" Wang Lin didn't stop and walked into the curtain of rain. When the heart dies, it forgets. Within the curtain of rain, Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. He suddenly turned around, and his eyes were filled with shock. This shock came from his soul, and he silently stood there in the rain. He unconsciously let go of the oil paper umbrella in his hand and let it fall, soaked by the rain. Emoji. The image of Suzaku appeared in Wang Lin's mind. When he was still a low-level cultivator, it was also on a rainy night. In that temple, a bald, burly man looked at him with confusion in his eyes and said those words. "This rain is born in the heavens and dies on the earth. The process in between is life. When the heart dies, it forgets." Those words echoed in Wang Lin's mind. The bald man's gaze clearly appeared. There was a kind of pain and pity in that gaze that Wang Lin couldn't see through at the time, but now that he thought back to it, he could clearly see pain and pity. Wang Lin left, filled with confusion, with the answer he didn't want to think about. Qing Hong looked in the direction Wang Lin had disappeared in. She stood there for a very, very long time. When the rain finally stopped, she let go of his hand. In her palm, the butterfly flapped its wings and circled around her a few times before flying off into the distance. "When will you forget? Perhaps you will never make that choice." Qing Hong lowered her head. Filled with sadness and loneliness, she turned and walked back into the cave. Wang Lin was silent the entire time. Reincarnation. When I went to open up the memories of other people's reincarnation, I didn't think about whether or not I was also in a reincarnation cycle. If I really am in a reincarnation cycle, then who will open up the memories of my previous life for me? As Wang Lin thought about it, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. As he laughed, tears flowed down from his eyes. Reincarnation, this is reincarnation. But even if I'm really in this reincarnation cycle, I will never choose to forget, never, never. As Wang Lin laughed, he suddenly remembered the figure he saw in the ancestral temple when he experienced the ancient Tao three soul splits. The words of that figure seemed to echo in his ears once more. Heaven and earth. What's the use of being at the top of the world? What's the use of being worshipped by all life? What's the use of the Infinite Calamity Sutra? Since the world is like this, why not destroy it? Since all life is like this, why not dissipate? Since the Calamity Sutra is like this, why not pass it down? Since this is the case, I'll use my own method to make the sky close its eyes, make the earth sleep, make the underworld river flow backwards, make the reincarnation cycle stop, and make the world have no thoughts. Wang Lin muttered as the voice echoed in his ears. The voice became louder and louder until it was earth-shattering. It caused the sky to rumble and the earth to rumble. It was as if a storm was set off across the entire immortal astral continent. Celestial Clan, Eastern Continent, southwest of the Lin Hua continent, there was a mortal city. This city was very large, and from afar it looked like a giant beast lying there. It gave off a majestic feeling. Within the city, in a remote corner, there was a smithy. Its business was quite good, allowing the family to live quite well. This was mainly because the owner of the smithy treated each and every piece of iron very seriously. He was very responsible, and after many years, he had a very good reputation in the city. The male owner was a burly man who looked to be in his 30s. His body was rather robust, and he was currently in the shop. His upper body was bare as he continuously hammered iron. Clanging sounds could be heard from within the shop. The backyard of the shop was where the family lived. The burly man had a beautiful and virtuous wife, and an 8-year-old daughter. The little girl was currently in the shop, and she didn't seem to mind the heat. She looked at her father and occasionally ran to fetch a towel to wipe the sweat off of her father's face. Whenever this happened, the burly man would reveal a happy smile. He was very satisfied with his current life. Although it was simple, he had a lovely daughter and a wife who loved him. This was very satisfying for him. He wanted to do his best to protect this family, to make his life better, and to make his daughter's future better. In order to achieve this goal, he worked hard and conscientiously in this blacksmith shop. He did everything very seriously. His life was simple, but within this simplicity, there was a warmth that he cherished. He was born in this city, and had many playmates who grew up with him. Now that they were all married, they would often drink together, laugh together, and reminisce about their youth. At night, when he was asleep, he would sometimes have a dream. In that dream, he was like an all-powerful celestial emperor, leading his followers to fight against enemies. In that dream, there was parting, hot blood, and sorrow. In that dream, he also had a daughter, and her name seemed to be Frost, the same name as his current daughter. However, this dream was, after all, not real. Every time he woke up from the dream, he would be confused as he looked at the night sky outside the window. In his heart, he seemed to have a desire for everything in that dream. However, every time this happened, he would look down at his wife who was sleeping beside him. He would look at his daughter who was 8 years old and still didn't dare to sleep alone. He would smile and forget everything in that dream. If he had to choose, he would choose his family, not the life in that dream. He didn't know that while he was looking at his family, there was also a person looking at him in the night sky. Wang Lin looked at the blacksmith's family in the city below. He could feel Qing Lin's happiness and satisfaction. The celestial emperor of the cave world had become immortal, but he was happy and warm. Wang Lin was very envious. He looked at Qing Lin for a long time before turning to leave. Like Red Butterfly, his choice was to forget. Forget the past, forget his previous life, and immerse himself in this life. In that reincarnation cycle, he forgot again and cherished again and again. Their choice was correct. My choice was also correct, Wang Lin murmured. First update. Chapter 2073. Aside from Shimizu and Li Qianmei, Wang Lin had found all his old friends. He either unlocked the memories of his previous life or silently left and forgot about them. He had no more regrets on the immortal astral continent. Before going to the heavenly bull continent, Wang Lin went to see Zhou Yi and Qing Shuang. When he saw the happy smile on Zhou Yi's face, Wang Lin also revealed a smile. He was happy for Zhou Yi. Thousands of years of bitter love had finally come to fruition. When Wang Lin saw this, he took out the wine jug and took a big gulp. He had brought this wine jug from Sidunan, and it had replaced Zhou Yi and Qing Shuang's wedding wine. He also went to the ancestral city and saw Haizi. However, after looking at her from afar, Wang Lin turned and left. The heavenly bull continent, this was the first place he had appeared on the immortal astral continent. After so many years, Wang Lin had returned. He walked on this familiar land, passing by the Great Soul Sect and the 9J Sect. These familiar scenes reminded him of the past. At the center of the Heavenly Bull continent, above the mountain range, Wang Lin looked down and silently pondered for a moment. Heavenly Bull, the armor formed by your soul helped me through several crises. I, Wang Lin, clearly distinguish between kindness and grudges. You helped me back then, so today I'll release the seal left by the celestial ancestor and let you regain your freedom. However, your body has already turned into the earth and can't be taken back. I'll release the seal on your soul and let your soul form an origin soul to leave the immortal astral continent. Are you willing? Wang Lin looked at the earth and slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, and neither did it travel in all directions. However, once he spoke, the ground started trembling. As booming sounds reverberated in the air, it was as if a wave of earth aura had rushed out, causing the mountain range to become indistinct, and a gigantic shadow could be vaguely seen. This shadow was a heavenly bull. Its body was very large and looked like it could support the world. After it appeared, Wang Lin looked very small before it. However, this giant heavenly bull revealed a respectful expression and knelt down toward Wang Lin. Thank you. I'm willing. A buzzing voice echoed, and it was filled with excitement and desire. It had been sealed for far too long, and today it finally had the chance to escape. This made the heavenly bull feel endless gratitude toward Wang Lin. No need to thank me. You helped me back then, so I'm just repaying you today. Wang Lin looked at the heavenly bull and slowly raised his right hand. With this, the heavenly bull's body trembled and revealed a painful expression. Large amounts of runes appeared around its body and seemed to take root. Countless fine lines came out of the runes and formed a heart-like sphere inside the heavenly bull. His heart was thumping non-stop. This was the core of the heavenly bull's seal. Looking at the heart-like object formed by a large amount of fine lines, Wang Lin pointed at it once more. All the runes around the heavenly bull collapsed. After they collapsed, the heart inside the heavenly bull trembled and rapidly shrank. A moment later, when it was only the size of a fingernail, it flew out of the heavenly bull's soul and landed in Wang Lin's palm. He crushed it. The heavenly bull's soul let out a roar at the sky. This roar created ripples that spread in all directions. The soul flew into the sky and stopped at the end of the world. It looked down at Wang Lin and knelt down once more before disappearing like a meteor. After the heavenly bull's soul left, the heavenly bull continent seemed to be different, but it was difficult to tell what was different. Wang Lin watched the heavenly bull's soul disappear, and then, he walked toward the Seven Dao sect. The Seven Dao sect was where the cave world was. The mountain peak was shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see far into the distance. Furthermore, it was completely desolate. It had been a very long time since anyone had come to this place. However, on this day there was a figure below the mountain peak, looking up. It was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. He looked at the mountain peak and the fog. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see the ruins of the Great Hall behind the fog. The man revealed a complicated expression and muttered, "Seven Dao sect, I'm finally here." The middle-aged man bitterly shook his head and walked up the broken path. He walked very slowly, as if he wanted to memorize every blade of grass and every tree as he slowly walked into the fog. It wasn't until he passed through the fog and arrived at the peak of the mountain that he saw the Seven Dao sect and the main hall. Looking at this, the man's eyes were filled with confusion. He looked at everything before him, and after a long time, he let out a sigh. He walked past the broken palace and finally found a huge stone door behind the ruins of the Seven Dao sect. This stone door was connected to the mountain and was sealed. It was covered in moss and gave off the smell of decay. The middle-aged man closed his eyes before the stone door. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at the door and bitterly muttered to himself, "The door to the cave world. Behind this gate is the cave world. I was reincarnated from here." The man sighed softly. Ever since he recovered his memories from his previous life, he had left his sect and followed that feeling to this place. He arrived at the Seven Tao sect and arrived before the door. His body trembled and he slowly approached. His right hand gently touched the door, and after a long time, he revealed a determined expression. He turned around and was about to leave. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly stopped. He saw a smiling, white-robed Wang Lin behind him. "Senior brother," Wang Lin softly said. Wang Lin. This middle-aged man was Shimizu. He had recovered his memories of his previous life, and the mark on his body was almost undetectable. If more time passed, it would completely disappear. Shimizu looked at Wang Lin and laughed. His laughter became louder and louder, and his heart was filled with joy. He stepped forward and hugged Wang Lin. Wang Lin also laughed. They sat down before the door of the cave world. Wang Lin took out wine and drank with Shimizu. They forgot about the passage of time. In this drunken stupor, they told each other about their experiences. They talked, laughed, and cried. The two of them from the cave world reunited on the immortal astral continent. When Wang Lin mentioned Red Butterfly, Shimizu was startled for a moment. He bitterly smiled and took a big gulp of wine. "Let's forget the past. Since we've come to the immortal astral continent, everyone's choice is different. However, my choice is not to forget. Perhaps there is a way for me to resurrect Han Yin here, there must be," Shimizu muttered. Wang Lin couldn't resurrect someone who had been dead for so long that not even her soul existed. However, he didn't tell Shimizu that if a person didn't even have hope, they would only be left with despair. When the morning sun shined through the fog, Shimizu left. He didn't choose to forget and naturally wouldn't return to the cave world. He had only come here to see the Seven Tao sect and the sect that existed in the cave world. Now that his wish had been fulfilled and he had seen Wang Lin, he was filled with joy. Now he was going to pursue his dream. Even if it took him a lifetime, even if he had to reincarnate again and again, he was still persistent. Wang Lin watched Shimizu disappear into the fog. He stood outside the door with a complicated expression. Of all the old friends, only San had chosen to follow Wang Lin back to the cave world. For San, being by his teacher's side was the greatest satisfaction in his life. Everyone else had their own responsibilities, missions, and fetters. Since they had reincarnated, most of them chose to forget and start anew. Wang Lin pushed open the door to the cave world. When the door opened, there was a flash of powerful light. He walked in and disappeared without a trace. The door closed once more. The Seven Tao sect was still shrouded in fog. It was an abandoned ruin that no one cared about. Cave world. The barrier between the inner and outer realms was extremely strong. Over the past hundreds of years, the forces of the outer realm had attacked once, but they couldn't break the barrier. Wang Lin's name had become a legend in the cave world, an unreal existence. Many people remembered him, but at the same time, even more people had forgotten him. Even the cultivators of the inner realm were the same. Only the statue on Suzaku, which was considered a holy land, and the legends of Wang Lin were occasionally mentioned. In addition to this, there was another place where the story of Wang Lin continued. That was the new celestial realm. This was the celestial realm created by Wang Lin. Many cultivators from the 4 major star systems had moved here. Most of them had survived the war. Many of them had personally seen Wang Lin, and a few had even fought alongside Wang Lin against the outer realm. Mu Bingmei didn't leave back then. She chose to stay in the cave world, in the new celestial realm. She was waiting for a person to return one day. Tao Master Blue Dream didn't leave either. As the strongest person in the celestial realm, he stayed here to protect the peace of the celestial realm. There were also some people, like Master South Cloud, who didn't leave. However, at this moment the new celestial realm was filled with pressure. It was as if there was a dark cloud shrouding the new celestial realm. This caused many cultivators to silently ponder. Tao Master Blue Dream was seriously injured. Master South Cloud's body had collapsed, leaving only his origin soul. The entire sky of the celestial realm was blood-red. There were countless shadows flashing inside the blood-red sky, revealing ferocious expressions. It was as if there were a large amount of ghosts hidden inside the blood-red sky. Teacher gave you all 5 days to choose. 3 days have passed. In the last 2 days, I hope you all can give a sensible answer. Submit to my Scarlet Soul sect, or else die. There was a young man wearing a red robe inside the blood-red sky. He slowly spoke to the cultivators below. As for you, Mu Bingmei, you only have 2 days to choose. In 2 days, when the celestial realm formation is broken, if you don't become my Tao partner, I'll slaughter Suzaku and destroy the statue of that person named Lin. The second update was delivered. Chapter 2074. Master South Cloud, who only had his origin soul left, stared at the young man inside the bloodlight. When he heard the young man's words, he let out a mournful laugh. 2 days? Ever since the celestial realm was created by Wang Lin, all the cultivators that have survived the war against the outer realm have lived. There is a saying in the celestial realm, have you heard of it? As Master South Cloud roared, all the cultivators on the ground looked up. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight. The voices of the cultivators gathered together and formed a sound wave that rose into the sky. It actually diluted the blood-red light in the sky, revealing a group of tens of thousands of blood-robed figures behind the blood-red light. Behind those figures was a thick blood mist. Inside the mist, there seemed to be a person sitting cross-legged. Old fellow, you're courting death. Once the formation is broken in 2 days, I'll have teacher give me your origin soul. I'll have a taste of the origin soul of a third-step cultivator. The young man's expression changed, and there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Master South Cloud roared, what is there to fear about death? The creator of the celestial realm, Wang Lin, will definitely return one day. When he returns, I want to see how a mere Scarlet Soul sect and a mere Master Scarlet Soul will resist. Tao Master Blue Dream was sitting beside Master South Cloud. His face was pale and he was healing. Wang Lin? Fortunately, this person left back then. Otherwise, he would only be an ant before teacher. This celestial realm formation was placed by him, but it was still broken by teacher. If it wasn't for the fact that teacher wanted the celestial realm to be complete, teacher would have destroyed this place. The young man sneered. What he had appeared here was only a shadow, not his original body. As he laughed, his body gradually disappeared into the blood light. Outside the celestial realm, the formation that Wang Lin had placed was shrouded in blood light. The blood light continued to corrode the formation, and most of it was damaged. In 2 more days it would be completely broken. Tens of thousands of blood-red figures quietly floated in the starry sky outside the immortal world like puppets. Large amounts of red mist seeped out of their bodies and fused with the bloody light eroding the formation. Behind these figures, within the floating blood-colored mist, sat an old man. This old man was dressed in a red robe, and even his hair was red. He performed hand seals and occasionally performed hand seals, causing the celestial realm formation to break down even faster. This Wang Lin does have some tricks up his sleeves. The restrictions that he set up actually took me several days to break through. This restriction is even stranger. There's actually a trace of a terrifying aura within it. I have a premonition that if I were to use my full strength to forcefully shatter this celestial world, a shocking change would occur. However, as long as I don't forcefully shatter it and instead use the blood light to erode it, I can avoid this aura and dissolve it. Fortunately, there isn't much of this aura, or else it would be even more difficult to break it. The red-haired old man was Master Scarlet Soul. Back then, during the Sovereign's life and death calamity, Wang Lin released Yi Mo's sealed soul. When this soul appeared, it broke through the seal and flew away. Now it had recovered its cultivation and had a body. After Wang Lin left, it created the Scarlet Soul sect. Now it had surrounded the celestial realm and used its powerful cultivation to seriously injure Tao Master Blue Dream and destroy Master South Cloud's body. He stared at the celestial realm inside the bloodlight and revealed a cruel expression. Almost all the powerful cultivators in the inner realm are gathered in the celestial realm. Back then, my cultivation hadn't recovered, so I wasn't confident I could break this restriction. However, in 2 more days, the restriction will be broken and all these people will become my food. Once I devour their essence blood, my cultivation level will increase by another level and I'll become a golden exalt. Haha, once I, Master Scarlet Soul, become a golden exalt, even if I return to the immortal astral continent, I'll still be able to become the head elder of a sect. At that time, I'll definitely have a chance to become an Empyrean exalt. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes were filled with excitement. He knew that there were very few Empyrean exalts on the immortal astral continent, only a few hundred. Once he became an Empyrean exalt, he could find a Grand Empyrean to rely on. At that time, as a Grand Empyrean, he would be famous on the immortal astral continent. If I were to rely on one of the 5 Empyrean exalts of the Celestial clan, the Celestial Emperor would be my first choice. Unfortunately, the Celestial Emperor has many powerful cultivators under him, so he might not recruit me. However, even if I don't rely on the Celestial Emperor, I can rely on Grand Empyrean Tao E. Grand Empyrean Tao E cares a lot about Empyrean Exalt. If I rely on him, he will definitely accept me. At that time, with Grand Empyrean Tao Yi's protection, even if that Wang Lin finds out and wants to find trouble with me, I won't be afraid. If his cultivation level isn't as high as mine, then I'll absorb all of his essence blood to strengthen myself. If his cultivation level is similar to mine or slightly higher than mine, although the possibility isn't high, I'll still have Grand Empyrean Tao Yi's protection. I don't believe he won't yield before Grand Empyrean Tao E. The moment he sees Grand Empyrean Tao E, he will tremble in fear and immediately kneel down to worship. After all, in the eyes of a Grand Empyrean, all cultivators are ants. Master Scarlet Soul had thought about the future very carefully. After knowing that there would be no accidents, he began to laugh. Teacher! As he laughed, there was a person sitting in the blood-colored fog beside him. This person was a young man, and he opened his eyes. He got up and respectfully clasped his hands at Master Scarlet Soul. He was the shadow that had spoken in the sky above the celestial realm. As Master Scarlet Soul laughed, he looked at the young man beside him. This was a disciple he had met in the cave world that was very suitable for his cultivation method. This person's talent was extraordinary, and the most interesting thing was that he had met this person in the Suzaku. Rumor had it that this person was a descendant of Wang Lin who was countless generations old. The young man revealed a cruel expression and respectfully said, Teacher, they still haven't given up and are constantly sending out their cultivation to reinforce the formation. That Master South Cloud is even more hateful. I ask Teacher to give Master South Cloud's origin soul to Disciple so that Disciple can properly torture him. A mere Master South Cloud, I'll give him to you. Master Scarlet Soul looked at the cruel expression on the young man's face and felt admiration. This was the kind of disciple he wanted. Master Scarlet Soul slowly said, however, that Mu Bing Mei. The young man quickly and respectfully said, If Teacher values this woman, then Disciple will give her to you. She is your ancestor's beauty. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes were filled with mockery. He felt this scene was very interesting. He even wondered what expression Wang Lin would have if he found out about all of this one day. The young man respectfully said, So what? Although Disciple's surname is Wang Lin, since he left the cave world, it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. The beauty he left behind should be enjoyed by a descendant like me to relieve my loneliness. Isn't that what Teacher always told me? Yi Mo is dead, but since you obtained Yi Mo's inheritance, then Wang Lin, you will also inherit my hatred for him." Master Scarlet Soul laughed, and there was a flash of viciousness in his eyes. Master Scarlet Soul smiled and said, "There is no need to be like this. This Mu Bingmei was personally chosen by Teacher for you, so how could Teacher steal her? However, Teacher needs to train this woman. Once I'm tired of her, I'll naturally give her to you. That's how it should be." "Thank you, Master." The young man smiled and nodded. "All right, let's wait for 2 more days." Master Scarlet Soul's eyes lit up, and he performed a double-handed seal. The blood mist churned violently, and the tens of thousands of blood-colored puppets released even more blood-colored light, causing the celestial world's formation to weaken even more. At this moment, outside the celestial realm's formation, Master Scarlet Soul was constantly corroding it with the blood light. At the top of a mountain stood a woman in white. This woman's beauty was peerless. Forget the cave world, no woman on the immortal astral continent could compare to her beauty. Her beauty did not seem to belong to this world. The mountain breeze blew, bringing with it a bloody scent. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her breathtakingly beautiful face was calm at this moment. However, in the depths of this tranquility, there was a trace of loss and bitterness that outsiders could not see. She used her strength as a shell and wrapped it in the depths of her heart. "Your Highness the Saintess." Behind her stood an old man. The old man looked at the woman before him respectfully, but there was also anxiety in his eyes. "The formation will last at most 2 more days. I understand. Let me be alone for a bit." Mu Bingmei looked at the sky and spoke softly. The old man hesitated for a bit before letting out a sigh. He clasped his hands and retreated. Mu Bingmei was the only one left on the mountain. She silently stood there, and after a long time, she raised her right hand. There was a crystal sword in her hand. This was what Wang Lin had left her. It was formed by Wang Lin's essence, and still contained his ancient Tao aura. Mu Bingmei murmured, "If I'm still alive, I'll welcome you." This was what she had said to Wang Lin when he left. "If I'm no longer alive." Mu Bingmei looked sad as she looked at the sword in her hand, and tears appeared in her eyes. "Wang Lin, where are you?" Tears flowed down from Mu Bingmei's eyes and fell on the sword in her hand. There was a soft sound as the tears flowed down the blade. As Mu Bingmei muttered, at this moment, in the direction of all heaven, there was a flash of light in the dark space. The light turned into a door of light and a person walked out. White robe, white hair. Wang Lin. "This place is..." Wang Lin looked around and smiled. "All heaven," he murmured, a smile of joy that came from the depths of his heart. The familiar aura made him realize that he was finally home. Subconsciously, he sent his divine sense out in all directions. "I wonder what the celestial realm is like now. Has it changed much since I left? Those old friends and..." Wang Lin muttered. He suddenly stopped and looked toward the direction of the celestial realm. The smile on his face was replaced by coldness and monstrous, killing intent. This was the first time he had released all of his killing intent after becoming the strongest person on the immortal astral continent. For 3 days in a row, he really couldn't write anymore. He had spent an entire day writing these 3 chapters. "I can only write until midnight, please forgive me." Chapter 2075. Master Scarlet Soul. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. At this moment, everything inside and outside the new celestial realm was clearly sensed by his divine sense. He saw Master Scarlet Soul's arrogant face and the young man he had a blood connection with. He also saw the formation outside the celestial realm being corroded by the blood-colored light. Looking at how much the formation was being corroded, it should take about 2 more days for it to dissipate. Back then, Master Scarlet Soul was released by Wang Lin. Although he was weak at that time, he was still very powerful to Wang Lin. However, now that his cultivation had recovered to its peak, he was as weak as an ant in Wang Lin's eyes. This ant could be crushed countless times by Wang Lin with one finger. With a cold snort, Wang Lin stepped forward and disappeared from the Luotian star system. When he disappeared, the light gate also disappeared without a trace, as if it had never been there. When Wang Lin appeared, he didn't appear near Master Scarlet Soul outside the celestial realm. Instead, he stepped into the new celestial realm that he hadn't returned to in many years. None of the cultivators in the celestial realm noticed his appearance. There was no need to mention Master Scarlet Soul and company outside. The sky of the immortal realm was no longer blue, but crimson-red. It looked heavy and stifling. However, aside from the color of the sky, the palaces on the ground, the undulating mountains, and the gurgling rivers outlined the beauty of the immortal realm bit by bit. When Wang Lin left, there were places he was familiar with and places he was completely unfamiliar with. Looking at his surroundings, Wang Lin waved his right hand and 3 rays of light appeared. 3 people appeared before Wang Lin. They were Su Ligua, Lu Jinbiao, and the only disciple who followed Wang Lin back to the cave world, Shi San. Shi San was not an ordinary person. After he appeared, he glanced at the surrounding world. His expression was in a trance for a moment, but he immediately returned to normal. After cupping his fists and bowing respectfully to Wang Lin, he stood to the side without saying a word. For him, whether it was the immortal astral continent or the cave world, as long as he could follow his teacher, there was no special meaning. Compared to him, Lu Jinbiao and Su Ligua had strange expressions on their faces. After looking around, the 2 of them looked at each other with shifty eyes. Wang Lin could faintly sense that the 2 of them seemed to be holding their heads high. It was as if he had returned to his hometown from a big place and was extremely pleased with himself. His face clearly said, "Do you know, this old man has been to the immortal astral continent. That place is the boss." Wang Lin looked into the distance and slowly said, "I'm home. You guys do as you please, I'm going to see an old friend." Then he took a step and flew off. When Wang Lin entered, he had already scanned everyone in the celestial realm with his divine sense. He saw a lot of people, including Mu Bingmei. Mu Bingmei looked like she was going to be blown away by the wind. She looked very weak and bit her lower lip. After a long time, she let out a sigh and stroked the crystal sword in her hand. Her eyes were filled with determination, as if she had made some kind of decision. She held the sword in her hand tightly. After looking at the blood-colored sky, she suddenly turned around as if she was going to leave. However, just as she turned around, Mu Bingmei's body trembled and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She looked at the figure standing not far away and looking at her. It was a white-haired young man wearing white. He was unfamiliar but also familiar. The 2 of them looked at each other. Their gazes met under the blood-colored sky. With the mountain as the background, the mountain wind as the music, and the entire sky as the support, their gazes fused together. Wang Lin looked at the woman who was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. There was a complicated gaze in his eyes. This complicated gaze had accompanied him for a very long time. Before his eyes, the bright and beautiful girl from the Hengyu sect appeared. He thought of that breathtakingly beautiful figure in Rosefinch's tomb. This figure changed again and again in the all-heaven star system. It paused with Wang Ping's mournful scream. Then it paused with bitterness until it stopped at the scene Wang Lin had seen before he left the cave world. It was a picturesque memory. On that day, it was drizzling in the celestial realm. In the rain, a woman in white floated over like a willow fluttering in the rain. Within the rain, there was an extremely beautiful woman holding an umbrella. She had long, pitch-black hair that was like a painting. She had the beauty and spirituality of a celestial fairy. It was as if her arrival had caused the entire world to fall silent. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which contained a strange power that could cause people to forget everything else. It also caused her beautiful figure to seem to be covered by a hazy layer of rain. "If I'm still alive, I'll come back." Wang Lin looked at the woman before him. Her figure overlapped with his memory and slowly melted into his eyes. Mu Bingmei didn't dare to believe what she saw. She was completely stunned. In a trance, Wang Lin's white-haired figure became deeper and deeper in her heart. It merged with her memory and finally melted into her heart. She vaguely saw the Hengyu sect from thousands of years ago on planet Suzaku. She saw the only youth who wasn't obsessed with her beauty among all the people. She saw the figure she stopped in Rosefinch's tomb and the figure that coldly stared at her. There was also the man in all heaven who let out a mournful roar after finding out what his avatar had done. His eyes were filled with sorrow. In the end, the scene before her froze on the day he left the cave world. On that day, the rain continued to fall, adding a hint of parting. In the rain, his figure was very unfamiliar. It was so unfamiliar that it caused her heart to ache. Amidst that pain, his coldness seemed to have softened. She knew that it was because of separation, because this departure might not come back. If I'm still alive, I'll welcome you. Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip and tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. After Wang Lin left the cave world, she had never felt so fragile. Wang Lin looked at this beautiful woman and revealed a gentle smile. He let out a sigh and walked up next to Mu Bingmei. They looked at the blood-colored sky together. Wang Lin looked at the sky and softly said, "After leaving the cave world, on the immortal astral continent, I always had something I wanted to say to you. Now that I'm back, there is someone to listen to me." Mu Bingmei stood next to Wang Lin and let out a soft "mm." Her heart was pounding. She still found all of this unbelievable and didn't know what to say. After hearing Wang Lin's words, she felt a strong sense of nervousness. This kind of feeling was extremely rare for someone as strong as the brilliant Void Saintess and the Celestial Saintess. In this world, aside from Wang Lin, there was no other man who could make her panic like this. Perhaps if there was, it would be Wang Ping. Her right hand was holding the sword and her left hand was unconsciously holding the corner of her clothes. Her fingers were pale. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the blood-colored sky. He looked at Mu Bingmei and softly said, "Lu Mei, don't say it, I don't want to hear it." Mu Bingmei's mind trembled and her face instantly turned pale. The sword in her right hand fell to the ground and she staggered back. At this moment, she looked so helpless and fragile, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Her face revealed a poignant beauty that contrasted with her tears. It gave off a sense of weakness that made it impossible for others to be indifferent. "I don't want to hear it, Wang Lin. I don't want to hear it." Even more tears appeared in Mu Bingmei's eyes. The tears flowed down her cheeks and landed on her clothes. Wang Lin looked at Mu Bingmei. He looked at her fragile appearance and her confused and helpless gaze and let out a sigh. "I came back this time not only to see an old friend, but also to end things with you. I have found the method to resurrect Wan Er. Once I leave this place, it will be time to resurrect her." Tears flowed down Mu Bingmei's face. With her intelligence, how could she not understand what Wang Lin was trying to say? Her face was pale and filled with bitterness. "Lu Mei, let the past be the past. I am also responsible for the mistake back then. Let us leave all of this in our memories and seal it. You once told me that you wanted to see Wang Ping. I came back this time to fulfill your wish. Wang Ping also needs a mother. I will use the Dream Dao. At that place, you, me, and Ping Er will go through a reincarnation cycle. Let Ping Er see his mother so that you will have no regrets, and let me also have no regret." Wang Lin looked at Mu Bingmei and softly said. Mu Bingmei pondered for a long time before wiping away her tears. She looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze and gently nodded. Mu Bingmei murmured, "Accompany me through the Dream Dao to enter the mortal world and experience 100 years of reincarnation before ending. Then now, you are my husband, right?" Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he nodded. Mu Bingmei smiled, but it was a smile filled with tears. She gently walked forward until she was in front of Wang Lin. She hugged Wang Lin and fell into his embrace. Wang Lin gently hugged Mu Bingmei. The fragrance from her body seemed to be intoxicating. This could be said to be the first time they embraced each other in the truest sense of the word. It was the first time they let go of all kinds of complicated emotions and used 100 years of reincarnation to end that strange relationship that might have been a mistake or an ill-fated relationship. The two of them sat on the mountain under the blood-colored sky. Time gradually passed. After one day, the blood-colored sky became even thicker, and fine cracks appeared on it. It seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Wang Lin brought Mu Bingmei away from the mountain and into the distance. After a day of rest, he went back to work today. Yesterday was really free. There was no book review section, no typing on the keyboard, no plotting in his mind. He worked for a day. Chapter 2076. Master South Cloud saw Wang Lin. Dao Master Blue Dream also saw Wang Lin. In the celestial realm, everyone who had seen Wang Lin before saw him. The white-haired, white-robed figure was the lord of the sealed realm in their hearts. Some of the cultivators who had entered the celestial realm later hadn't personally seen Wang Lin, but over the years, they had heard the rumors about Wang Lin many times. Now that they saw him, the entire celestial realm was boiling. The pressure and panic from before instantly dissipated. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, Wang Lin could gather origin energy to form a body for Master South Cloud. There would be no discomfort when Master South Cloud's origin soul returned to him. Dao Master Blue Dream hesitated when he saw Wang Lin appear, but he didn't ask. He waited for Wang Lin to form a body for Master South Cloud before he opened his mouth to say something. However, in the end, he only let out a sigh. Wang Lin smiled and greeted the people he was familiar with. He also saw Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao pulling away a few celestial realm cultivators. He didn't know what they were talking about. The finger-thick sea dragon on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder looked listless. A cultivator even went up to touch it. After seeing it bare its teeth, the cultivator chuckled. Sure-san always liked to be alone. He sat in an open space not far away and would occasionally open his eyes. When he looked at Wang Lin, his eyes were filled with respect. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin walked toward Dao Master Blue Dream by himself. Dao Master Blue Dream's face was still pale. It was obvious that his previous injuries were very serious. He raised his right hand and pointed at Dao Master Blue Dream. The surrounding origin energy rushed into Dao Master Blue Dream's body and rapidly healed his injuries. A moment later, Dao Master Blue Dream's face was no longer pale. He took a deep breath and nodded at Wang Lin. Dao Master Blue Dream slowly said, "My daughter, how is she?" Wang Lin was silent as he sat in front of Blue Dream. Seeing Wang Lin's expression, Dao Master Blue Dream's heart skipped a beat and his face turned pale again. "What happened? Wang Lin, tell me." "I couldn't find her after she reincarnated," Wang Lin bitterly said. Before Dao Master Blue Dream, even though he was the strongest person on the immortal astral continent, the person before him had helped him and was Li Qingmei's father. Wang Lin still treated him like a junior. Dao Master Blue Dream closed his eyes and muttered, "I didn't find it. She went to the immortal astral continent for you." "You didn't find her?" "Didn't find her." Blue Dream opened his eyes and laughed. This laughter was filled with disappointment and anger. Just at this moment, a loud rumble came from the blood-red sky. The cracks in the sky suddenly showed signs of collapsing, and a burst of wild laughter faintly came from the sky. You cave cultivators stubbornly resisted. "Do you think this formation can stop the old man?" Now the formation is about to be broken. Once the old man enters, all of you will become food for the old man to increase his cultivation. The voice was weak at first, but as it was spoken, it was like a thunderclap that shook the entire celestial realm. Everyone looked over with rapt attention. The people of the celestial realm didn't know Wang Lin's exact cultivation level, but since Wang Lin was able to appear in the celestial realm without anyone noticing, he was not ordinary. However, few people were sure if he could resist Master Scarlet Soul. Master South Cloud's expression was neutral, and he wasn't worried at all. From how Wang Lin could casually gather origin energy to form a body with a wave of his hand, he could feel how powerful Wang Lin was. When he saw Su Ligua and Lu Jinbiao look up with contempt in their eyes, and even the small snake on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder had the same expression, he was even more certain of his thoughts. Not far away, Sher San looked at the sky with an indifferent expression, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Wang Lin ignored the rumble in the sky and looked at Dao Master Blue Dream bitterly. Her imprint has disappeared. She should have recovered her memory. I searched for a long time, but I still couldn't find her. However, I have a feeling that she is somewhere on the immortal astral continent. She knows of my existence and that I'm looking for her. As long as she releases even a sliver of her aura, I can immediately detect her. Even though I'm back in the cave world, as long as her aura appears, I can still sense it. Wang Lin murmured. He had a special feeling for Li Qianmei. She was different from Li Muwen, but she was the second woman to enter his heart. But I can feel that she deliberately doesn't want to see me, doesn't want me to find her. Wang Lin closed his eyes. His heart ached. This pain was different from the pain he felt when he missed Li Muwen, but it was still heart-wrenching. He still remembered what Li Qingmei had whispered in his ear in an indescribable manner. Wang Lin, yes, it's not love. Looking at Wang Lin's face and listening to Wang Lin's words, Dao Master Blue Dream silently pondered. He could feel Wang Lin's heart, and he understood his daughter. The sky rumbled once more and the rift in the sky collapsed, revealing a giant hole. Monstrous blood light came out from the hole, and laughter echoed across the entire celestial realm. The entire sky seemed to collapse and countless cracks appeared. Master Scarlet Soul had finally created a hole in the celestial realm's formation after several days of corrosion. The rest of the formation was still dissipating. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before the celestial realm would have no protection left. The laughter was filled with arrogance and was heaven-shattering. Strands of blood shadows flew out from the hole and floated in the sky. These blood shadows were the puppets that had appeared in the sky. They were all expressionless as they stared at the people below. As the blood-colored figures appeared, a young man wearing a red robe stepped out from the hole. His expression was one of complacency, and killing intent radiated off of him. As soon as he appeared, his voice echoed out in all directions. It's just a mere array formation, yet it was still broken by my master. You lowly cultivators, let's see how you'll resist this time. Mu Bingmei, once teacher trains you, I'll let you know the relationship between me and that Wang Lin. The young man laughed like crazy as he walked out from the bloodlight. His eyes shined as he looked down, but when he looked down, his words suddenly stopped. He saw Master South Cloud sneering at him. He saw that Master South Cloud had a body, and he also saw the beautiful Mu Bingmei. She was coldly looking at him, as if she was looking at a dead person. What shocked him even more was that he saw a man in white sitting on the ground before Dao Master Blue Dream. This man didn't look up at him, but when he looked at this man, his body trembled. This person's appearance was somewhat familiar. The young man in red was startled and his mind rumbled as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded. He couldn't believe his eyes. This person looked exactly the same as the statue of Suzaku he had seen since he was a child. Ancestor. He seemed to have gone crazy. He couldn't believe that the person before him was his ancestor, Wang Lin. However, the trembling in his soul clearly told him that this white-haired young man was Suzaku's ancestor, the Lord of the Sealed Realm, Wang Lin. Even if it really is him, so what? He is not teacher's match. The young man's expression changed greatly and he subconsciously retreated. His expression suddenly became fierce. Interesting. You actually found someone who looks like him. Don't tell me you think he's relying on. Before he could finish speaking, the white-robed, white-haired man looked up at him. His gaze was calm, but when the young man saw it, His entire body began to tremble. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly said, "Sure San, kill him." Not far away, there was a flash of coldness in Sure San's eyes. He didn't hesitate and flew into the air. He waved his right hand and green smoke appeared. It looked like it was the extreme fire Dao. When Wang Lin met his disciple, Sure San, he had chosen a spell that was suitable for Sure San. Not only did he teach Sure San, he also gathered origin energy to help Sure San's cultivation level increase greatly. This was something others couldn't do, but Wang Lin was half a step into heaven trampling and was comparable to the ancient ancestor or celestial ancestor. This was not difficult for him. Under the gazes of the celestial realm cultivators below, 13's expression was indifferent. Green smoke surrounded him and turned into several rings of smoke that spread out. A thunderous rumble echoed, and as the smoke rings spread out, the entire sky was set ablaze with raging flames. Within the raging flames, all the blood shadow puppets collapsed. They didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. The sea of flames covered the sky, and in an instant, a mournful scream rang out. 13 coldly walked out of the sea of flames, holding a head filled with despair in his right hand. The sea of fire in the sky dissipated when Sure San left. The sky was still red, but it had dimmed a lot. An old man appeared from the hole and stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin. "Wang Lin!" The old man was filled with disbelief, but his expression soon became ferocious. His void, turbulent cultivation erupted, causing the sky to tremble and the earth to tremble. "You dared to come back from the cave world, but even if you did, you're still an ant before the old man." The old man was Master Scarlet Soul. As he spoke, he charged out of the hole in the sky toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's cultivation level was like a fog to him, but he believed that Wang Lin must have some treasure to hide his cultivation level. This kind of method was very common on the immortal astral continent, and with his void turbulent cultivation, he was confident in his own void turbulent cultivation. Wang Lin looked at Master Scarlet Soul closing in with a calm expression. Before he could act, the finger-sized snake on Lu Jinbiao's shoulder raised its head. Its eyes revealed a ferocious gaze, and it let out a heaven-shaking roar. This roar shook the world and caused the ears of all the celestial realm cultivators to tremble. Master Scarlet Soul's body trembled, and he subconsciously stopped in the air. When he looked over, he sucked in a breath of cold air and was completely dumbfounded. This is, the small snake quickly flew into the air, and under the dumbfounded gazes of all the cultivators, its body expanded until it returned to its original form. A giant sea dragon hundreds of thousands of feet long roared at the startled Master Scarlet Soul. "Gold! Gold! Sovereign! Sea Dragon!" Master Scarlet Soul felt like he was dreaming. Chapter 2077. Master Scarlet Soul came from the immortal astral continent, so he knew that on the immortal astral continent there were cultivators far beyond the cave world. Golden Exalts, Empyrean Exalts, Ascendant Empyreans, and the 9 powerful Grand Empyreans. On the immortal astral continent, with Master Scarlet Soul's cultivation level, he would be extremely respectful if he met a Golden Exalt. After all, a Golden Exalt was a peak overlord. Even in some big sects, Golden Exalts were like the head elder and could determine the strength of a sect. Master Scarlet Soul's dream was to become a Golden Exalt cultivator. He had broken the formation in the celestial realm with the same goal. He wanted to devour the cultivators of the celestial realm and absorb their essence blood to make a breakthrough in his cultivation level. But now, when Master Scarlet Soul saw the small snake that was as thick as a thumb suddenly expand into a sea dragon that was 100,000 feet long, his mind went blank. The pressure coming from the sea dragon was enough to shake the entire celestial realm. Most people here felt their hearts tremble, and they even had the urge to worship it. Golden Exalt. This is a Golden Exalt. Master Scarlet Soul's face was pale and his eyes were dull. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. A rarely seen golden exalt existence, especially a golden exalt beast that was even rarer than cultivators, had appeared in the cave world before him. This feeling of absurdity almost made Master Scarlet's soul go crazy. The golden exalt sea dragon's body moved and its huge head suddenly turned. Its ferocious eyes coldly stared at Master Scarlet's soul and let out a roar. This roar caused Master Scarlet's soul's body to tremble violently. His origin soul became unstable, as if it was going to collapse. This feeling told him that the sea dragon before him was definitely a golden exalt existence. Master Scarlet's soul subconsciously retreated a few steps and sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't imagine why a golden exalt sea dragon would appear next to Wang Lin. This had already exceeded the scope of his thoughts, and he even had the illusion that all of this was a dream. Just as he retreated, he suddenly remembered something. The sea dragon didn't appear next to Wang Lin, but from the shoulder of a celestial-like cultivator not far away. It's not that Wang Lin is strong, it's that Wang Lin doesn't give off any pressure or cultivation fluctuations. Although he has a treasure to hide his aura, on the immortal astral continent, only the weak would use this method to protect themselves. This means Wang Lin's cultivation level isn't high. This sea dragon isn't his, it belongs to that celestial-like cultivator. Wang Lin's cultivation level wasn't high, but he had to be a good friend of that cultivator. He was probably worried that his cultivation level wasn't high enough, so he invited others to follow him. Looking at that celestial-like cultivator, his cultivation level wasn't high. This person must have a teacher, an Empyrean exalt on the immortal astral continent. This is the only way to explain everything. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes lit up and hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, he was convinced that his speculation was correct. As he retreated, the golden exalt sea dragon opened its mouth and was about to devour him. At this moment, Master Scarlet's soul let out a roar. "Fellow cultivator, listen to me." The person he spoke to wasn't Wang Lin or the sea dragon, but Lu Jinbiao, who was proudly looking at the sky. Fellow cultivator's teacher should be one of the Empyrean exalts of the Celestial clan. Fellow cultivator should be a direct disciple of that Empyrean exalt, or else you wouldn't have been given this golden exalt sea dragon. Fellow cultivator, this is a private matter between me and Wang Lin. I hope fellow cultivator doesn't get involved. Master Scarlet Soul will definitely thank you. Master Scarlet Soul had no other choice. Under the pressure of the golden exalt sea dragon, he didn't even have the courage to escape. This was a life and death crisis for him, so he didn't have time to think. Even though he had guessed that the other party had been invited by Wang Lin and it would be difficult to convince him, he still had to try. Before I was sealed, I hid my life savings in the Eastern continent. They are things I collected over countless years. I'm willing to give them all to fellow cultivator. I only ask that fellow cultivator be merciful and let me live. Master Scarlet Soul was extremely nervous. He was being stared at by the sea dragon, and he was extremely afraid. Even his voice was trembling. Lu Jinbiao was startled. Wang Lin smiled and didn't speak. Su Ligua, the sea dragon, Master South Cloud, and company were also startled. Su Ligua was startled for a moment and then suddenly laughed. Lu Jinbiao coughed a few times and looked at the desperate Master Scarlet Soul with a smile that wasn't a smile. He shook his head. The old man's teacher is Sun Shanqing, an Empyrean exalt under Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. If you let the sea dragon kill me, Uncle Master will definitely know. I don't believe your teacher will become enemies with an Empyrean exalt of the same rank because of this. Master Scarlet Soul screamed. His face was pale and he was filled with fear of death. And Grand Empyrean Dao Yi is extremely protective. If Uncle Master goes and pleads, all of you will have to pay the price. Wang Lin, you won't be able to bear this price. The entire cave world will perish. You have been to the immortal astral continent, so you must know about the existence of grand empyreans. If you let the old man go, the old man will swear he won't have any ideas about the celestial realm again. I'll immediately leave the cave world and return to the immortal astral continent." Master Scarlet Soul screamed. He believed that since Wang Lin had returned from the cave world, he must know about the existence of grand empyreans. He was confident that these words would have a deterrent effect. When Lu Jinbiao heard this, he subconsciously looked at Wang Lin. His expression made Master Scarlet Soul feel a bit more confident. Wang Lin's expression was a bit strange. He looked at Master Scarlet Soul, who was in fear and was trying to find a way to survive, and smiled. Master Scarlet Soul quickly said, "And if you let the old man go, the old man can plead with Uncle Master to accept you as a disciple. Then you will be under Grand Empyrean Dao Yi. Once you make a breakthrough, you will be able to reach the heavens in one step and do as you please on the immortal astral continent." Dao Yi. Grand Empyrean. Wang Lin stood up and looked at Master Scarlet Soul. In his eyes, Master Scarlet Soul was an ant. The surrounding celestial realm cultivators didn't know Wang Lin's cultivation level, but after hearing Master Scarlet Soul's words, their hearts trembled when they heard the mysterious Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's name. Dao Master Blue Dream frowned but didn't speak. As for Master South Cloud, his expression was also gloomy. His confidence in Wang Lin's strength was shaken. Wang Lin slowly said, "The immortal astral continent originally had 9 grand empyreans, and Dao Yi was the weakest." His expression was still calm. Master Scarlet Soul's eyes lit up. He also knew about this, and after hearing Wang Lin say this, he was even more certain that Wang Lin knew how powerful grand empyreans were. However, he was a bit hesitant. Wang Lin's casual tone when he mentioned grand empyreans made Master Scarlet Soul feel like something bad was going to happen. Wang Lin slowly said, "But even the weakest grand empyrean has the power to rule over all life." However, when he got here, his words suddenly changed. However, even if Dao Yi personally came and saw Wang, he would immediately retreat. I fear he wouldn't even dare to come see Wang. Wang Lin faintly smiled. His words were heard by Master Scarlet Soul, and his eyes widened. He looked at Wang Lin and felt like Wang Lin had gone crazy. No one would dare to say such words. What guts! If you really have guts, why don't you go to the immortal astral continent and say such words before Grand Empyrean Dao Yi? Although Master Scarlet Soul was afraid, he still ridiculed Wang Lin. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush to act. Master Scarlet Soul had dared to break the celestial realm's formation. If he was easily killed, it would be difficult to appease Wang Lin's anger. "Dao Yi, this person said that one of your empyreans is his Uncle Master. Tell me, is this true?" Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved. The world rumbled and the sea dragon quickly retreated. A giant vortex appeared in the sky above the celestial realm. This vortex continued to rotate and connected to the stars. It was as if a passage had been opened. It blasted open the void where the law of the immortal astral continent was and connected to the immortal astral continent. On the immortal astral continent, Dao Yi, who had returned to his sect from the vast basin, thought back to what he had seen outside the sea storm. His heart was filled with fear. He didn't want to believe it, but he knew it was all true. The strongest person on the immortal astral continent was no longer Gu Dao, but Wang Lin, who terrified him. Just at this moment, the sky above the Dao Yi sect changed and the clouds scattered. A giant vortex appeared and Wang Lin's words echoed. These words were like thunder, causing Dao Yi's expression to change greatly. He was horrified to find that his body couldn't move. His divine sense was surrounded by the strange force from the vortex and was pulled out of his body toward the vortex. Inside the vortex, he saw a strange continent, saw Wang Lin, and heard Wang Lin's words. He felt a strong sense of life and death, as if he was no longer in the control of Wang Lin. It was as if Wang Lin wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. In the celestial realm, Master Scarlet Soul stared at the sky in a daze. An aura that made him tremble came from the vortex. He had felt this aura before, it belonged to Grand Empyrean Tao E. This is impossible. Impossible. There is no Empyrean exalt under this Lord that knows this person. Please. Please, Lord Wang. Don't be angry. Dao Yi's bitter voice came from the vortex. Master Scarlet Soul clearly felt the respect and fear in his voice. Fake. This is fake. This is impossible. Master Scarlet Soul felt like he was going crazy. He couldn't believe all of this. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.